Welcome back to another story on No Harry. This time, we're bringing you, what if Gringotts' inheritance scan found 50 stolen lordships and Dumbledore lost every magical power. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Audit. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry Potter knew it was Tuesday because Dudley had karate on Tuesdays, which meant Uncle Vernon drove him there at 7:30 in the morning, and the house went quiet in a way it never did otherwise, a held-breath kind of quiet, like the walls themselves relaxed when Dudley left. Harry had learned to love Tuesday mornings. He'd lie in his cupboard and listen to the silence and pretend, just for a little while, that the house was his. This Tuesday was different because he turned 11, and because the letter came. Not through the post slot. Not dropped on the mat with the electricity bill and the Sears catalog. It appeared on his pillow, just appeared, between one breath and the next, a cream envelope so thick it felt like it was made of something older than paper, sealed with red wax stamped with a crest he didn't recognize, a dragon coiled around a vault door, biting its own tail. He sat up and opened it before he was fully awake. That was the thing about letters addressed to Harry James Potter, cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, they demanded immediate attention simply by existing. The letter was not from Hogwarts. He didn't know that yet, of course. He'd never heard of Hogwarts. Lord Potter Black, it read, in script so precise it looked engraved. You are hereby summoned to Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London, on the occasion of your 11th birthday for the purpose of a full blood and inheritance audit as mandated by the last will and testament of Lord Charles Fleamont Potter, deceased, and secondarily by the standing petition of House Black, filed 1981, currently held in abeyance pending your majority threshold. A portkey has been enclosed. It will activate at 9 a.m. precisely. We advise comfortable clothing. The audit is expected to take several hours. Director Ragnarok Gringotts Wizarding Bank. There was, as promised, a small golden coin at the bottom of the envelope. It was warm. Harry read the letter 3 times. He understood approximately 40% of it. Lord was not a word anyone had ever applied to him. Petition sounded like paperwork. Inheritance suggested someone had left him something, which seemed unlikely given that Aunt Petunia regularly reminded him that his parents had died penniless and that he should be grateful anyone had taken him in at all. He looked at the coin. He looked at the letter. He got dressed. At exactly 8:58 a.m., sitting on his cot in his cupboard with the coin held in both hands, Harry Potter decided that whatever was waiting on the other end was better than another day at number 4. He closed his eyes. At 9 a.m., the coin lurched and the world turned inside out, and when it righted itself he was standing on white marble floors in a building so tall the ceiling disappeared into shadow. Gringotts was not what he expected. He hadn't known to expect anything, which perhaps helped. He took in the chandeliers that burned with cold white flame, the goblins moving behind their counters with the focused efficiency of people who did not waste a single motion, the smell of old stone and older money, and he thought, right, then. A goblin in finer robes than the others stepped forward before Harry had taken 3 steps. He was old, Harry couldn't have said how he knew, but the oldness was in the goblin's eyes rather than his face, a density of experience that made Harry feel very young and very small without the goblin doing anything to cause it. Harry Potter, the goblin said. It was not a question. That's me, Harry said. I am Director Ragnarok. Come with me. He turned and walked without waiting to see if Harry followed. Harry followed. They went through doors that opened before them and closed behind them, down corridors where the walls were bare stone carved with runes Harry couldn't read, past vaults of doors that hummed at different frequencies, Harry could feel them in his back teeth, and finally into a room that was nothing like a bank at all. It looked more like a laboratory, or a very old doctor's office. There was a stone table in the center, inlaid with silver channels that ran in complex patterns toward a central basin. There were no windows. The light came from everywhere and nowhere, warm and directionless. Sit, Ragnarok said, gesturing to the chair beside the table. Harry sat. 2 other goblins were already in the room, standing at opposite ends of the table with expressions of professional neutrality. One held a ledger. The other held a knife, which Harry noticed and filed away without comment. "Before we begin," Ragnock said, taking the chair across from him, "I will explain what is happening. This is a full blood and inheritance audit. It is not a common procedure. We perform perhaps one every 20 years. He set his hands flat on the table. "Your grandfather, Charles Potter, mandated it in his will. He specified that it must occur on your 11th birthday, no earlier, no later, and that you must be the one physically present, not a representative, not a guardian." "Why 11? Ragnock regarded him with something that might have been approval. "Because at 11, your core magic is sufficiently developed to interact with the audit stone, but you have not yet attended Hogwarts." Harry waited. He sensed there was something in that sentence he was supposed to notice. "The audit will tell us what magical lines you carry, what properties, titles, and vaults belong to those lines, and whether any of those assets are currently being held, legally or otherwise, by parties other than yourself." Ragnock's tone didn't change. "You should understand, Lord Potter, that we already know what the audit will find. We have our own records. The audit is not for our benefit." "Then who is it for?" "It creates a legal record. Under the Accord of 1692, a full-blood audit cannot be disputed, sealed, hidden, or overturned by any ministry or individual. Once the results are inscribed, they are permanent." The old goblin's eyes were very bright. "Do you understand what I am telling you?" Harry thought about it. He was 11 and hadn't had a proper education, but he was not stupid. Living with the Dursleys had seen to that. If you missed subtext in that house you ended up blamed for things you hadn't done, so he'd learned early to read the space between words. "You're saying that someone has been holding things that belong to me," Harry said slowly. "And that this audit will prove it. Legally. In a way they can't argue with." Ragnock smiled. It was not a comfortable smile. It had too many teeth in it. "You are your grandfather's blood," he said, which Harry took as a yes. "Now. We begin." He nodded to the goblin with the knife. 3 drops. "Your right hand." The cut was small and precise and barely stung. 3 drops of Harry's blood fell into the central basin of the table, and the silver channels lit up, not all at once, but in sequence, spreading outward from the basin like cracks in ice, each new line pulling a new glow behind it, and Harry watched the pattern spread and spread and spread until every channel on the table was blazing and the room smelled like ozone and old copper and something else he had no word for, something that felt like standing in a very old forest where the trees had never been cut. The goblin with the ledger began writing. And did not stop for a very long time. The first name came quickly. House Potter, ancient and noble. Harry felt it like a hand placed on his shoulder, steady, reassuring, unremarkable. Of course he was a Potter. The second came moments later. House Black, ancient and noble. This one felt different. Sharper. Like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known was there. He straightened in his chair without meaning to. Ragnock was watching him the way a craftsman watches a piece of work they've been waiting a long time to complete. The third name made the goblin with the ledger pause and look up. Just for a moment. Then he kept writing. House Peverell, ancient and most noble. Harry didn't know what Peverell meant. But he felt the magic of it hit him like a wave, not violent, more like the pressure of very deep water suddenly surrounding you, enormous and old and indifferent to human scale. He gripped the arms of the chair. Breathe, Ragnock said. He breathed. The fourth name. The fifth. By the 8th, Harry had stopped trying to make his face do anything in particular. By the 12th, the goblin with the ledger had switched to a second book. By the 20th, the silver channels on the table were blazing so brightly that Harry had to squint, and the smell of ozone had intensified until he could taste it. House Slytherin, ancient and most noble. That one made both goblins stop. The one with the ledger looked at Ragnock. Ragnock looked at Harry. Harry, because there was nothing else to do, looked back. Is that, Slytherin as in Salazar Slytherin? The founder? The very same, Ragnock said. Through your father's maternal line, traced back 9 generations. The line was considered extinct. A pause. It was not extinct. It was hidden. Hidden by whom? We will come to that. The silver channels kept burning. Names kept coming. House Gryffindor. House Ravenclaw. Those two together made Harry's heart do something strange. He'd felt them before he knew their names, one a warm red pressure in his chest and the other a cool blue clarity that settled behind his eyes, and they didn't conflict, they just coexisted, like two notes that happened to sound good together. By the time it stopped, the ledger goblin had filled 2 full books and most of a third. The silver channels were so bright that the shadows had been driven entirely from the room. Harry sat in a chair and felt like he'd been turned inside out and put back together by someone who took more care with the assembly than whoever had done it originally. Ragnock placed both hands flat on the table and looked at him for a long, quiet moment. 53, he said. I'm sorry. 53 lines. 53 houses. He let that sit. 11 of those are minor. 17 are ancient and noble. 12 are ancient and most noble. 13 are classified in a category that hasn't had a living representative in over 1,000 years, we call them founding lines. He paused. You carry all 4 founder lines, Lord Potter. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. And Hufflepuff, which came through in the final sequence. Harry stared at him. All 4. All 4. Does that happen? To people? No, Ragnock said simply. It does not. The room was very quiet. Then Harry asked the question that had been building since the 20th name, you said some of it was hidden. The assets being held by other parties. He kept his voice level. How many of the 53? Ragnock reached into his robes and produced a second document, this one several pages long, written in the same precise engraved script as Harry's summons letter. He slid it across the table. 50, he said. Of your 53 lines, 50 have had assets, seats, properties, vaults, or voting powers illegally transferred, sealed, or suppressed. Harry looked at the list. The names meant nothing to him yet, the house names, the properties, the amounts listed in galleons that were so large they stopped feeling like numbers. But at the top of the first page, under the heading Primary Transfers, Authorized Signature, there was a name he recognized. He'd never met the man. But he'd heard the name, somewhere in the fog of his earliest memories, in his aunt's tight-lipped references to the world he'd come from. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. His signature appeared on the primary authorization line of 47 of the 50 illegal transfers. Some were dated to 1981. Several were older, 1970, 1965, one as far back as 1958. The most recent was dated October 31, 1981. The night Harry's parents died. Harry set the document down. He looked at the silver channels, still glowing. He looked at his hands. Then he looked at Ragnock. Walk me through it, he said. All of it. From the beginning. It took 3 hours. Ragnock was a precise speaker, he didn't editorialize, didn't inflect, delivered facts in neat rows like a mason laying stone. But the picture those facts built was extraordinary in its scope, and Harry sat and listened to all of it without interrupting, which Ragnock later remarked was unusual for anyone, let alone an 11-year-old. The short version, though there was no truly short version, was this: the Potter family had, over the course of 12 generations, accumulated connections to an enormous number of magical bloodlines through intermarriage, blood adoption, and what Ragnock called line absorption, the ancient magical process by which a dying line nominates a surviving line as its inheritor, usually formalized through ritual and witnessed by Gringotts. Most of these absorptions had been recorded. Most had been legal. All had been forgotten, because after 1981, someone had gone through the Gringotts records with extraordinary care and sealed every file related to the Potter heir. Not destroyed, magical law made genuine destruction of Gringotts records nearly impossible. Just sealed. Locked behind authorizations that required the Potter Lord's signature to open, which was rather circular considering they'd made sure no one knew the Potter Lord existed. The Black connection was more direct. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, though he hadn't known he had one, had, upon his arrest in 1981, been denied a trial and the right to transfer the Black Lordship through the proper channels. The Lordship had technically been in limbo since then, held in abeyance, nominally under the authority of the Wisengamot Inheritance Committee, which was chaired by Albus Dumbledore. Sirius Black did not commit the crime he was imprisoned for, Ragnarok said at one point. Not loudly. Just as a fact being placed on the table between them. Harry looked up from the document he was reading. You know that? Gringotts has known it since 1982. We had a vault petition from a Peter Pettigrew, submitted 18 months after his supposed death, attempting to access assets under a pseudonym. We flagged it, investigated, determined that Pettigrew was alive and that he had been the secret keeper, not Black. He folded his hands. We reported this to the Ministry of Magic. And Minister Fudge thanked us for our diligence and filed the report. He filed it. In the inactive correspondence drawer, yes. Harry absorbed this. So my godfather has been in prison for 10 years for something he didn't do and there's a report sitting in a drawer somewhere proving it. Several reports, actually. We sent follow-ups in 1985 and 1989. Something in Harry's chest went very quiet and very still. He'd grown up without anyone. He'd grown up in a cupboard under the stairs, wearing Dudley's clothes, eating whatever was left after everyone else had eaten, and there had been a godfather, there had been a person who was apparently in prison, a person who was apparently innocent, and it had been knowable this whole time, it had been documented, the Slytherin assets, Harry said, keeping his voice even. And the Peveril line. Walk me through those specifically. He wasn't avoiding the serious topic. He was storing it somewhere he could reach it once he had the full picture. Ragnarok gave him a look that said he understood this and proceeded without comment. The Peveril line had connected to the Potter line 4 generations back and had been essentially invisible since then, the name didn't appear on anything, the assets had been absorbed into a general Potter fund, and 3 specific objects associated with the line had been separated and scattered under various legal pretexts. The Slytherin line was more complex. It had come through Harry's grandmother's family and had been actively expunged from the record, not just sealed but argued away, the connection attributed to mistaken genealogy in an official ministry document filed in 1979. The document bore Dumbledore's signature. He argued that my grandmother's family wasn't actually descended from Slytherin's line, Harry said. 2 years before my parents died. Yes. Because if that line went to me, I'd be heir to the Slytherin vaults, the Slytherin seat on the Wisengamot, and the Slytherin ancestral properties, yes. Including the chamber. Ragnarok's expression remained neutral. Which has a rather significant library in it, as it happens. The basilisk is secondary. There's a basilisk. We digress. There were 4 properties Harry hadn't known about. A manor in Wales, Potter family seat, mothballed since 1981. A tower in Edinburgh belonging to the Ravenclaw line, held in trust by the Ministry's Magical Heritage Office since 1974, officially classified as a historical site to prevent private ownership. An island off the Irish coast, technically belonging to the Slytherin line, that the Ministry had declared uninhabited and unmaintained. And a townhouse in London, Grimmauld Place, belonging to the Black family, currently occupied. By whom? Harry asked. Order of the Phoenix members, various. Under Albus Dumbledore's direction. Ragnarok paused. He used Sirius Black's imprisonment to take de facto control of the Black family seat without ever formally claiming ownership. A rather elegant maneuver, in strictly technical terms. Where does he live? Hogwarts, primarily. He holds the Hogwarts Charter, does he? Harry looked up. Legally. If the charter was granted to the 4 founder lines and I hold all 4, Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Then he said, with something that was almost gentleness, that is a question we were hoping you would reach on your own. At some point, Harry thought it was around the 4-hour mark, a goblin brought tea. Harry drank 2 cups without tasting either of them. The document pile beside him had grown from the original letter to something approaching a small archive, and he'd developed a shorthand for processing it: properties on the left, financial assets in the middle, titles and Wisengamot seats on the right. The Wisengamot seat column was the most alarming. The Wisengamot, the British Wizarding Parliament and High Court, Ragnarok explained, had 150 seats. Of those, 52 were hereditary lord seats held by ancient houses. Harry held legitimate claim to 23 of those 52 seats. Through proxies, those seats were currently being voted by 3 individuals. The Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge held 4 through an authorization that had never been properly renewed. Lucius Malfoy held 7, which was interesting because Malfoy didn't have the bloodline to hold them. He held them by virtue of a 1982 agreement with Dumbledore's Inheritance Committee. And Dumbledore himself effectively controlled the remaining 12 through various trustees and appointees who had signed their proxy votes over to him in gratitude for various favors. 23 Wisengamot seats. Not held by Harry. Voted by Dumbledore's network. If I call those seats back, Harry said, what happens to the current voting balance? The current Wisengamot has a consistent progressive majority of 7 votes, Ragnarok said. That majority exists because of Dumbledore's proxy control. Without it, he loses the majority. By 16 votes. Yes. Harry sat back in his chair. He was 11 years old and had spent the morning finding out that the entire political structure of the British wizarding world was balanced on a foundation that legally belonged to him. He felt, distantly, that he should probably be more alarmed by this than he was. But he kept coming back to the cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs, 3 feet by 5 feet, where he'd slept for 10 years, and the letter that had appeared on his pillow this morning, and the word Lord at the top of it, and how no one had ever once called him anything like that. He wasn't angry. Not yet. The anger was there, he could feel it, but it was at a distance, professional, almost. Something to be managed and directed rather than felt. What is happening to Dumbledore right now? Harry asked. Ragnarok folded his hands and looked at the table for a moment. When the audit confirmed the illegal transfers, the standard Gringotts protocol was automatically triggered. The assets are already being recalled. The magical constructs he used to hold them, the authorizations, the sealed files, are dissolving. He looked up. A man cannot hold magic that does not belong to him without the magic becoming, in some sense, part of him. When it is removed, a knock at the door. One of the younger goblins stepped in, said something quickly in gobbledygook, and stepped back out. Ragnarok translated without inflection, Albus Dumbledore collapsed at Hogwarts approximately 20 minutes ago. He has been brought to St. Mungo's Hospital. His wand, a brief pause, has ceased to function. The room was very quiet. Harry thought about a man he'd never met, who had been managing his life from a distance since before he could remember. He thought about the cupboard. About Sirius Black in Azkaban. About a basilisk in a chamber somewhere under a school and a library that hadn't been touched in 1,000 years. His wand ceased to function, Harry repeated. A wand is a channel for a witch or wizard's own magic, Ragnarok said. If you hold magic that is not yours, borrowed, stolen, or otherwise improperly acquired, the wand draws on all of it indiscriminately. When the borrowed magic is recalled, you're left with whatever was actually yours to begin with. Yes. And in his case? Ragnarok was quiet for just a moment. The audit was thorough, Lord Potter. The magic he drew from your lines was significant. What remains is, he seemed to weigh the word, considerably less than his reputation would suggest. Harry nodded slowly. He looked at his hand, the small cut from the audit, already healed. He could feel something now that hadn't been there this morning, something running under his skin like a current, warm and deep and very old. 53 lines. 53 streams of magic that had been waiting, dammed up and redirected for decades, and now finding their way back. It felt, absurdly, like finally getting enough to eat. "I want to formally accept the lordships," Harry said. "All of them. Today." "What does that require?" Ragnarok stood. He went to a cabinet Harry hadn't noticed along the far wall, opened it, and returned with a flat case of dark wood. He set it on the table and opened it. Inside, on black velvet, were rings, more rings than Harry had expected, each different, each set with a different stone or seal, each giving off a faint resonance that Harry could now, for the first time in his life, actually sense. "They will come to you in sequence," Ragnarok said. "As you accept each one, the others will adjust. The magic will layer." He looked at Harry steadily. "I will not pretend this is a painless process. The major lines especially. But it is faster and more complete if done in a single session." Harry looked at the rings. 23 of them in the case, representing the 23 primary lordships, the others were secondary seats that would attach automatically to the major line's acceptance. He could do the math. Somewhere in those 23 rings was the entire operating weight of a political system that had been running without him for 10 years. "All right," he said. "Where do we start?" Ragnarok reached into the case and picked up the first ring. The Potter signet, a stag in silver, its antlers so finely detailed that each tine was individually shaped. He held it out. Harry took it and slid it onto the ring finger of his right hand without hesitation. The magic that hit him was warm and welcoming, like walking into a room where a fire has been burning for years. It settled into him without drama. This one had always been his, had always known it was his, and was simply glad to be home. He barely had time to feel it fully before Ragnarok was holding out the second ring. The black signet, a dark stone, almost black, carved with a many-branched family tree. This one was different. This one hit him like a door slamming open in a storm, a rush of cold pride and old power and something else, grief, maybe, or the echo of grief, the shape left behind by something enormous that had loved this house and been separated from it. Harry's fingers tightened on the chair arm. He breathed through it. "There is a ghost in the black magic," Ragnarok said quietly. "An echo. It will fade as the line accepts you." "Serious," Harry said. He wasn't sure why he was sure, but he was. "Yes. He has been the rightful lord since 1979. A great deal of feeling accumulates in 10 years. The third ring was Peveril and hit him like standing at the edge of a cliff in the dark, knowing the drop is enormous but unable to see the bottom. He felt, for just a moment, 3 specific things, a cloak, a stone, a wand, like pressure points in a map he could almost read. Then it settled, and the pressure became something else. Awareness. Depth. By the time they reached Slytherin, Harry's hands had stopped shaking, not because it was easier, but because he'd adjusted to the rhythm of it. The Slytherin ring slid on and everything inside him went very quiet. He felt the deep ancestral magic of it reach through him and find its architecture, and understood, suddenly and without needing to be told, why Parseltongue had come so naturally to him since as long as he could remember. He'd been speaking it occasionally to snakes in gardens and parks and zoos for years, without knowing what it was. Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Each one different. The Gryffindor ring burned. The Ravenclaw ring clarified. The Hufflepuff ring surprised him the most. It didn't feel like earth or comfort the way he'd vaguely imagined it might. It felt like patience, like something that had been growing underground for a very long time and was absolutely certain it would reach the light. The remaining 17 rings came quickly. By the end, Harry's hands were glowing, faintly, visibly, a barely there shimmer in the light, and the audit table's silver channels had gone dark because the magic had finished moving and was now simply in him, where it was supposed to be. He sat for a moment and breathed. "How do you feel?" Ragnarok asked. Harry considered the question honestly. "Like I've been hungry my whole life and didn't know it," he said, "and someone just fed me." Ragnarok nodded as if this was an acceptable answer. "There is one more thing to address today." He pulled a final document from somewhere in his robes. "The Hogwarts Charter. As you deduced, it was granted to the 4 founder lines in perpetuity. That means, legally, absolutely, without any possible dispute, I own Hogwarts." "You own Hogwarts." Harry looked at the document. His name was already at the top of it in that precise engraved script, or not his name, not exactly. Lord Harry James Potter Black Peverell, heir to the houses of Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, in his capacity as sole surviving representative of the founding lines. Does Dumbledore know yet? His solicitors have been notified, yes. And the Ministry? Also notified. Director Bones of the DMLE received the standard audit summary approximately 45 minutes ago. Ragnarok allowed himself a small, precise smile. "We send these things rather quickly, once the audit is complete." Harry signed the charter. The quill moved easily, it was his name, after all. Just his name with more history attached to it. He looked up from the document and found Ragnarok watching him with that same assessing expression he'd had at the beginning, back on the marble floor, before any of this started. "You've been waiting," Harry said. "The goblins, I mean. For someone to hold these lines legitimately." 50 years, Ragnarok said. "In our records, we had the documentation. We knew what had been taken. But without a living claimant who had gone through the audit process, we had no legal standing to recall it." He paused. "Your grandfathers will mandated the audit. That mandate was sealed by the Ministry in 1982, under pressure from Dumbledore." "Yes. But a mandate in a will, Lord Potter, cannot be permanently sealed. It simply waits until the conditions are met." He looked at Harry steadily. "You walked in here this morning." "I did. That was, in retrospect, the most consequential thing to happen in British magical history since 1981. He stood, and straightened his robes, and held out his hand in the way of wizards rather than the bow of goblins, which Harry later understood was a significant choice. "I think this will be the beginning of a productive relationship." Harry shook his hand. His rings caught the light. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. The sun outside, which Harry couldn't see from here but could feel, somehow, through 53 streams of magical awareness that were still settling into place, had moved considerably since the coin had lurched and the world had turned inside out. He had walked in a boy who lived in a cupboard. Ragnarok walked him back through the long corridors, through the doors that opened before them, past the vaults with their different frequency hums. Harry noticed, this time, that some of them hummed for him, and out into the marble foyer where the regular business of Gringotts was occurring with the determined efficiency of an institution that did not concern itself with revolutionary events so long as the ledgers balanced. At the top of the white marble steps, with Diagon Alley spread below him and the late afternoon light on his face, Harry stood for a moment and thought about what happened next. About Sirius Black in Azkaban. About a house in London he apparently owned. About a school he apparently really owned. About a man in St. Mungo's who had lost his magic and probably didn't yet understand why, or perhaps did understand and was sitting with that understanding in whatever shape it took. He felt 23 rings on his hands, they'd compressed, Ragnarok had explained, as they always did, collapsing into a single band on each hand that carried the weight of all of them, visible only to those who knew to look for it. They felt warm against his skin. They felt, in a way that he couldn't have explained and didn't try to, right. He was going to need robes. And money, though that was apparently not going to be a problem. And he had the strong feeling that he was not going back to Privet Drive tonight, or possibly ever. He went down the steps and into the alley and let the crowd close around him, witches and wizards going about their afternoon, none of them knowing yet what had happened in a basement room behind 3 doors and down 2 corridors while they were buying potion ingredients and owl treats and robes for September. By tomorrow it would be everywhere. Harry bought a pasty from a cart at the end of the alley and ate it standing up in the afternoon sun and felt, for the first time in his life, like the day had been fair. In St. Mungo's Hospital, in a private room on the 4th floor, Albus Dumbledore held his wand in both hands and tried to push magic through it. The wand lay there, unresponsive, in his weathered hands. No light. No warmth. Not even the faint hum it usually offered, that steady vibration of a tool that knew its work and was ready to do it. Just wood. Just a stick. He tried again. Nothing. He set it on the bedside table and looked at the ceiling and thought about a letter he'd sealed in 1982, a Gringotts audit mandate, a will's provision, something he'd been almost certain was airtight, and thought about the feeling he'd had at 11 o'clock this morning, a sudden roaring absence in him, like a river reversing course. He'd known, then, before the Medowitch had even reached him, before the floor had come up to meet him. He'd known. The boy had walked into Gringotts. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He was not a stupid man. He had told himself, for 40 years, that what he'd done was necessary, that the power needed to be managed, that a child couldn't hold all of that alone, that the right hands were safer hands, that the alternative was chaos. He'd told himself this so consistently and with such conviction that he'd stopped noticing, somewhere along the way, that he'd been telling it to himself. He was 80 years old and powerless, and he lay in his hospital bed, and the story he'd spent 60 years writing was over, and he would have to find out, now, who he was without it. He was not certain he was going to enjoy the answer. Harry found a wizarding inn at the end of Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron, through which he'd apparently entered the alley automatically via some Gringotts portkey logic he hadn't fully tracked, and walked in and booked a room. The landlord, Tom, looked at him with wide eyes and said something about being honored, which Harry took to mean news had already started moving. He sat on the bed of a room that was small but clean and infinitely better than a cupboard, and laid out the documents Ragnarok had sent him home with, and picked up the topmost one. It was a list of 50 stolen lordships and what it would take to reclaim each one. He turned to the first page and started reading. Tomorrow was going to be a very full day. Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. Harry read until 2 in the morning. The Leaky Cauldron's candle burned down to a stub and he spelled it back, not deliberately, not with a wand, just a flicker of irritation at the dying light, and then the wick caught again, taller than before. He noticed this the way you notice a cat jumping onto a table. Filed it away. Kept reading. By midnight he had a working map of the situation. By 1, he understood the political architecture well enough to see where the pressure points were. By 2, he understood that the documents Ragnarok had sent were not just informational. They were, in their precise and thorough way, a strategy. The goblins had been building this case for 50 years. They'd handed it to him ready to use. He blew out the candle at 2:15 and lay back on the bed, a real bed, not a cot, and wide enough that he could spread his arms without hitting the walls, and stared at the ceiling and thought about what it would feel like to walk into a room full of people who expected to control him and simply not let them. He fell asleep smiling. Ragnarok was already at his desk when Harry arrived at Gringotts at 8 the next morning. The director looked at him with the expression of a man who had expected to wait longer and was recalibrating. "You read the documents," he said. "All of them." Harry sat down across from him. "I want to start with Sirius Black." "I thought you might." "The Pettigrew Report, the 1982 one and the follow-ups. Do you still have the originals?" "Gringotts does not misplace documents." "Can you give me certified copies?" "Everything. The vault petition, the investigation record, the report submissions and the ministry acknowledgements." Harry leaned forward. "I want a paper trail that shows the ministry received proof of my godfather's innocence 3 times and filed it in a drawer." Ragnarok regarded him. "To what end?" "I'm going to demand a trial. Under Wisengamot procedure, any Wisengamot lord can demand a trial review for a prisoner held without conviction. I hold 23 seats. He met the old goblin's eyes. They need a majority to deny the motion. They don't have one. Not anymore. The silence in the office was very comfortable. The copies will be ready within the hour, Ragnock said. Thank you. Second, the Wisengamot seats I hold through the Black and Potter lines give me the right to appoint a Wisengamot liaison. I want to appoint you. Ragnock went very still. Harry kept going. The goblins have been reporting to the ministry for 50 years and watching those reports get filed in drawers. You have standing grievances, the Goblin Rebellion reparations from 1793 that were never fully paid, the denial of wand rights, the Gringotts charter restrictions that the ministry unilaterally altered in 1899 without goblin consent. He had found all of this in the documents. If you sit as my liaison, you have a seat in those chambers with diplomatic protections. Everything you say is on the record. Ragnock was looking at him with an expression Harry couldn't entirely read. It was something between calculation and something older and less professional. After a moment the director said, very precisely, your grandfather made a similar proposal in 1973. What happened to it? Dumbledore tabled it in committee and it never came to a vote. Harry nodded. Well. Dumbledore doesn't have a vote anymore. Ragnock sat back in his chair and was quiet for a long moment. Then, there will be resistance. Significant resistance. Many Wisengamot members will argue that a goblin cannot hold a liaison position under current magical law. Current magical law, Harry said, also says that a minor cannot hold a Wisengamot lordship, and yet here I am. He spread his hands. I'd rather change the law from inside the chamber than petition from outside it. The liaison position is inside. Another silence. Ragnock's expression had settled into something Harry could now read clearly, because he'd seen it last night in the mirror when he'd finally understood the full scope of what he was working with. It was the look of someone who had been waiting for this conversation. The copies will be ready in 30 minutes, Ragnock said. And I accept the liaison appointment. Harry spent the rest of the morning in a small conference room that Gringotts made available to him. Apparently this was standard practice for lords conducting business, a courtesy that no one had ever extended to a Potter heir before because no one had wanted them conducting business, drafting 3 letters. The first was to the Wisengamot, formally invoking his right as the Lord of House Black and House Potter to demand a trial review for one Sirius Orion Black, currently held in Azkaban prison without trial or conviction. The letter cited the relevant procedural codes by number, because Ragnock had annotated them, attached a certified summary of the Gringotts evidence, and notified the Wisengamot that the hearing would need to be scheduled within 14 days under emergency review provisions. He signed it Lord Harry James Potter Black Peverell and sealed it with a composite seal the Gringotts team had assembled the night before, all 53 houses technically, which produced a seal about the size of his palm and considerably more intimidating than he'd expected. The second letter was to the Ministry of Magic, specifically to Madame Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He'd found her name on a list of Wisengamot members who hadn't voted with Dumbledore's block in 6 of the last 8 sessions. He sent her the Pettigrew evidence separately and privately, with a note that said only, I thought you should have the original documentation before the formal hearing is announced. You'll want time to read it. The third letter was considerably shorter. It went to St. Mungo's Hospital. Mr. Dumbledore, I imagine you know why you're there. I thought it only fair to confirm that you're correct. I will be addressing the Wisengamot in due course regarding the asset transfers. I have no interest in a public humiliation, that's not what this is. What this is a correction. I'd like to speak with you before the formal proceedings, if you're willing. There are things I'd like to understand that only you can tell me. Lord Harry Potter Black Peverell. He read it over. It was honest. He sent it. Then he ate lunch, a proper lunch, ordered from the Leaky Cauldron's kitchen and delivered by a somewhat starstruck kitchen boy, and spent the afternoon meeting the people Ragnock had arranged for him to meet. The first was a solicitor. Griselda Marchbanks Fern, 74 years old, who walked into the Gringotts conference room with the energy of someone 40 years younger and shook Harry's hand with both of hers and said, "I knew your grandfather. Charles was a good man. Bit too trusting, but good." She sat down, opened a briefcase that appeared to contain approximately a library's worth of documents, and got to work. They spent 2 hours going through the formal claims process for each of the 50 stolen lordships. Marchbanks Fern had an opinion on everything and delivered those opinions in the flat, declarative way of someone who had stopped softening her words around 1985 and hadn't missed it. "The Slytherin claim will be contested," she said. "Not because it's legally weak, it isn't, but because no one wants to announce in open session that the boy who lived is also the heir of Slytherin. It's politically inconvenient." "I'm not going to pretend I'm not," Harry said. She looked at him over her glasses. "Good. Pretending creates vulnerabilities. What's the Parseltongue situation?" "I speak it. I've been speaking it accidentally since I was small. You'll need to demonstrate it in session. Proactively, on your own terms, before someone else makes an issue of it." She made a note. "Better to define the narrative yourself than let someone else define it for you." Agreed. She worked through the remaining claims with the same efficiency. 3 of them, the Ravenclaw Tower in Edinburgh, the Potter Manor in Wales, and the Slytherin Island off Ireland, had ministry occupants or designations that would need to be formally challenged. The tower was the most complex because the ministry had been leasing parts of it to the Department of Mysteries for what they listed in their accounts as archival storage. "What are they actually storing?" Harry asked. Marchbanks Fern smiled. It was not an entirely reassuring smile. "We'll find out when you inspect the property, which is your right as the legitimate lord." By the time she left, Harry had a litigation calendar, a procedural timeline, and the distinct impression that Griselda Marchbanks Fern had been saving her best work for something, and had apparently decided this was it. The second person he met that afternoon was not a solicitor or a banker. She appeared in the doorway of the conference room at 3:30 without knocking, assessed him with grey eyes that reminded Harry of polished stone, and said, "You're smaller than I expected." She was tall, dark-haired, and immaculately put together in the way of someone who used composure as armor. She wore a Wisengamot Lord's ring on her right hand, just one, but it was old, and the stone in it was the deep green of still water. "Narcissa Malfoy," she said, sitting down across from him without being invited. "I received the audit summary this morning. I came as quickly as I could." Harry looked at her. He'd read about the Malfoy family. He'd read about Lucius Malfoy specifically, who was holding 7 of Harry's Wisengamot seats through an arrangement with Dumbledore's inheritance committee. He said, "Your husband holds proxies that belong to me." "I know." She folded her hands on the table. "No rings on the left hand. Just the one lord's ring on the right. I want to discuss the terms of returning them." "There aren't terms," Harry said. "They were taken illegally. They come back automatically under the audit ruling." "Yes." She didn't look away. "I know that too. I came to offer something else." She paused. "Lucius will fight the recall. He'll make it public and ugly, and he'll use every political connection he has to delay it. He'll claim the arrangement was valid. He'll tie it up in committee for 2 years if he can." Another pause. "I can stop him from doing that." Harry watched her. "Why would you?" She was quiet for a moment. It was the first time she'd hesitated since walking in. "My son goes to Hogwarts in September," she said. "Draco. He's 11. She kept her voice entirely level. "Lucius wants to place him in a political position before he's finished growing up. Has already started, actually. Arranging allegiances, making commitments on Draco's behalf." She looked at Harry directly. "I'd prefer my son to grow up with options." Harry considered that. It was honest, he thought, or honest enough. The part about Draco probably was, at least. The rest of it, the calculation underneath, he could see clearly. She'd read the audit results and concluded that Harry was the better side of history to be standing on, and she'd come to negotiate terms early, before anyone else did, because she was smart enough to see where this was going. He respected that, actually. The proxies come back, Harry said. That's not negotiable and I'm not accepting any delay. Agreed. Your husband's cooperation in the transfer has to be genuine. Not reluctant compliance that breeds 7 years of opposition. I'll handle Lucius. If you tell me he'll cooperate and he doesn't, I'll remember you told me. Her chin lifted fractionally. I expect nothing less. She reached into the bag beside her chair and laid a folder on the table. I also brought you something. A list of Wizengamot members who have been voting with Dumbledore's proxy block not because they agreed with it, but because they didn't see a viable alternative. Now that there is one, she pushed the folder across, I thought you'd want to make contact before the formal session. Harry opened the folder. There were 14 names in it, with notes beside each one, what they cared about, what they were afraid of, what they wanted. He looked up at her. You've been keeping this list, he said. For about 8 years, she said. In case it was ever useful. He closed the folder. You thought something like this would happen eventually. I thought something had to, she said. Systems built on stolen foundations don't hold forever. She stood, and straightened her robes, and looked at him with those polished stone eyes. I'll have Lucius's signed proxy transfer on your solicitor's desk by Friday. She walked out. Harry sat and looked at the folder of 14 names for a moment. Then he put it in the document case that was becoming a permanent extension of his arm and moved on to the next thing. Evening came and the week accelerated. News moves fast in small communities and the British wizarding world was nothing if not small. By Thursday morning the Daily Prophet had the audit story, though their version of it was cautious and hedging and seemed written by someone who desperately wanted to tell the truth but kept stopping to look over their shoulder. The headline read, Gringotts audit raises questions about Potter estate, which was approximately the most understated headline Harry could imagine, given the circumstances. He bought 3 copies anyway, because the smaller article on page 4 was more interesting. It was about Dumbledore, and it was notable not for what it said but for what it carefully didn't say. It reported that the chief warlock of the Wizengamot had been taken ill and was recovering at St. Mungo's. It did not mention his wand. It did not mention why he'd collapsed. It did not use the word magic in relation to him at all, which, in a newspaper about magical people, was conspicuous. Harry's letter to St. Mungo's had received a reply on Wednesday evening. It had been short. Come Thursday afternoon. Use the flu in the private ward. A.D. The private ward on the 4th floor of St. Mungo's was quiet in a particular hospital way, not peaceful, but carefully maintained, as if someone was working hard to make it feel like peace. Harry stepped out of the flue into a corridor that smelled of fresh linen and some kind of medicinal herb he didn't know and found a Medowitch waiting, who looked at his rings and blinked and said nothing and led him down the hall without comment. Dumbledore's room was larger than Harry expected, he supposed private wards were, or perhaps someone had arranged an upgrade, and full of afternoon light from a window that looked over London's magical skyline. Dumbledore himself was sitting in a chair by the window rather than the bed, which Harry noted as the first evidence of stubbornness or pride he'd encountered in the man. He was old. That was the first thing Harry registered, old in a different way than Ragnarok was old. Ragnarok's age had that density to it, that compression of experience. Dumbledore's age sat on him like weight. He was tall even seated, white-haired, the half-moon glasses still perched precisely, but something in the way he sat was different from any picture Harry had ever seen of him. He was sitting the way you sit when you're not sure your body is going to carry you if you stand. His wand was on the table beside him. Harry's eyes went to it once and then away. Lord Potter Black Peveril, Dumbledore said. His voice was steady. Harry gave him credit for that. Harry is fine, Harry said. He pulled up the chair from the writing desk without asking and sat down. Thank you for agreeing to see me. I thought if I didn't, you would eventually come anyway. A slight pause. I was correct about many things, once. I thought I ought to exercise what accuracy remains available to me. Harry looked at him. Up close, the blue eyes were still sharp. Whatever else had happened, the man's mind was intact. That was both useful and, probably, harder for Dumbledore than losing his magic was. I want to ask you about my parents, Harry said. Specifically, the night they died. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. What do you want to know? You were at Godric's Hollow that night. Or shortly after. This was in the Gringotts records, a property access log for the Potter family's safe house, triggered by Dumbledore's credentials at 12:42 a.m., November 1st, 1981. What did you take? A longer silence. Outside the window, a magical cab moved through the invisible traffic lanes that Harry still couldn't see but could now, dimly, sense. A number of items, Dumbledore said finally. Documents. A research journal. 3 objects I believe to be dangerous in unguarded hands. The Peveril objects. Yes. Where are they now? The cloak is, he stopped. Started again. I gave the cloak to Gringotts in 1985. It felt wrong to keep it. The other 2 are in my office at Hogwarts. He looked out the window. Were. I suppose technically Hogwarts is yours until I choose to change the operational arrangements, Harry said. I'm not removing you as headmaster. Not yet. That's not what this meeting is about. Dumbledore looked at him then. Something moved across the old face, surprise, perhaps, or the adjustment that comes from expecting one thing and encountering another. What is it about? Understanding, Harry said. Why? Not the asset transfers specifically, I can read those in the documents. I mean why you believed you needed to centralize this much power in your own hands. He held the old man's gaze. You're not a stupid person. You had to know, on some level, that what you were doing was theft. The word hung between them cleanly, the way honest words do. Dumbledore took a breath. Set his hands on his knees. Looked not at Harry but at some middle distance that might have been the past. When your mother and father died, he said, you were 14 months old and Voldemort was gone, apparently gone, and the wizarding world was celebrating in the streets and I was standing in the ruins of a house in Godric's Hollow looking at a child who had survived something that should have killed him. His voice didn't waver. And I understood, in that moment, that the power you carried was enormous. That you were the convergence of lines that individually would have made any witch or wizard the most powerful of their generation, and together, he shook his head slightly. Together it was unprecedented. And you were 14 months old. So you managed it for me. I told myself I was protecting it. He looked at his hands. I told myself that a child couldn't be allowed to walk into his power unaided. That the world would try to use him. That I was preserving the ability to guide him, properly, at the right time. The hands were still. I told myself a great many things. When did you stop believing them? Long silence. The afternoon light was moving. Around 1975, Dumbledore said quietly. I was in the middle of the First War and I had, by then, arranged matters such that my political position was essentially unassailable. And I remember sitting at my desk and having a thought, very clearly, which was, Charles Potter's grandchild, when they come, will change everything I've built. He paused. The thought was immediately followed by the planning of how to prevent that. Harry sat with that. You planned it before I was born, he said. Before your parents were married, yes. Okay, Harry said. He stood up. Not angry, something more considered than angry. I'm going to deal with the Wizengamot and the Ministry and the property matters through the proper channels. I'm going to do all of that by the book because the book, it turns out, actually supports everything I'm claiming. He picked up his document case. What I want from you, specifically, is a signed account. Your own record of why you did what you did, in your own words. Not for the press. For the historical record, to be sealed at Gringotts and opened in 50 years. Dumbledore looked up at him. Why 50 years, he asked. Because, Harry said, I think there's a version of this story where you're a warning rather than just a villain. And I think warnings are more useful than villains. He looked at the wand on the table beside Dumbledore's chair. 50 years gives history enough distance to tell the difference. He walked to the flue. I'll send paper, he said. Take whatever time you need. He left the old man sitting by his window and stepped into the green fire and went back to work. Friday arrived with Lucius Malfoy's signed proxy transfer on Marchbanks Fern's desk, as promised, and with 2 owls that arrived simultaneously while Harry was eating breakfast in the leaky cauldron. The first was from Amelia Bones. Lord Potterblack Peverell, I have reviewed the Gringotts documentation regarding Sirius Black. I have also, this morning, reviewed the original Ministry case file for his arrest, which I requested from archival storage yesterday. There is no case file. There was never a case file. He was transported directly to Azkaban on Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s verbal order, with no documentation, no trial record, and no conviction. I am supporting your motion for trial review. I am also initiating a departmental inquiry into how this occurred. Amelia Bones, Director, DMLE. The second owl was from Hogwarts. The handwriting was small and precise and the letter was 2 paragraphs long. Dear Harry, it began, which was not how he'd expected a Hogwarts letter to start. I don't know if you know about me. I suspect you do, I'm the castle. Or rather, I'm the residual magical consciousness of the castle, which amounts to the same thing in practice. I've been aware of you since you were born, the way stones are aware of rain, but I can communicate properly only with the founding lords, and you're the first one in, well. It's been a while. I wanted to let you know that the castle is yours. All of it. Including the rooms that Albus sealed in 1982. Including the room he told the Board of Governors doesn't exist. I'll open everything when you arrive in September. Also, the Sorting Hat asked me to tell you not to worry about which house you'll be sorted into. He's fairly sure you belong in all of them, and is planning to say so. Hogwarts, P.S. The basilisk is fine. She says hello, actually. She's been lonely. Harry sat with these 2 letters and felt the morning turning around him in ways that were hard to track, the future shape of things rearranging itself into something more complex and more interesting than what had been there before. He wrote back to Bones, a brief note thanking her and attaching a fuller copy of the Gringotts evidence package. He wrote back to Hogwarts, tell the basilisk I'll come see her. And tell the Sorting Hat to do whatever feels right. He put both letters in the post, ordered another cup of tea, and turned to the 14th document in his morning stack. It was the formal notice of his Wizengamot appearance, scheduled for the following Thursday. 14 Wizengamot members who had been waiting for an alternative, according to Narcissa Malfoy's notes. 23 seats he held himself. Sirius Black's trial review motion already filed. Amelia Bones in his corner. Lucius Malfoy's proxies signed and transferred. Harry counted votes while he drank his tea. He counted twice to make sure. Then he looked out the window at Diagon Alley, waking up in the early morning, witches and wizards beginning their days, shop owners opening shutters, an owl post delivery person moving at speed between rooftops, and thought about the week he'd had, and about the week ahead, and about the fact that somewhere in Azkaban prison a man who was innocent had woken up this morning not yet knowing anything had changed. He wrote one more letter. This one he addressed to Sirius Black, Azkaban prison, and he kept it short because he didn't know yet what to say to someone he'd never met who should have been his family. Sirius, my name is Harry. I'm James and Lily's son. I don't know what they told you about me, or if anyone has. I'm 11 years old and I've been living with the Dursleys, which I suspect you'll have thoughts about. I have filed for your trial review. Amelia Bones is supporting it. The Gringotts evidence is solid. I have 23 Wizengamot seats and I am going to use every single one of them to get you out of there. I also own Grimmauld Place, apparently, which seems like the kind of thing you should know. I'll come see you as soon as they'll let me. Harry he sealed it, handed it to the post owl, who was a Gringotts bird and therefore visibly unimpressed by Azkaban's reputation, and watched it go. The Wizengamot chamber was below the Ministry of Magic, which was below London, which meant you went down a lot of stairs and through a lot of very serious-looking doors before you arrived somewhere that felt like the seat of power it was supposed to be. Harry arrived on Thursday morning wearing new robes, deep blue, which he'd picked because it went with nothing specific and suited everything, with Marchbanks Fern on his left and Ragnarok on his right. Ragnarok was wearing his own formal robes, which were rather magnificent, and carrying the documentation for his liaison appointment in a sealed case. The two Aurors on the chamber door looked at Ragnarok and then at Harry and then back at Ragnarok, and Harry said, pleasantly, "The director is with me," and after a moment they stepped aside. The chamber was round, with tiered seating rising on three sides and the speaker's floor at the center. It held the smell of old stone and old arguments and old magic. Harry could feel all three. He could also feel the moment when the assembled lords and witches and wizards registered who had walked in, because the noise of conversation dropped sharply and then rose again, louder and more pointed. He found his seats first. They were located, per Wizengamot seating protocol, according to house seniority, which meant the Potter seats were mid-tier and the ancient and most noble seats were in the upper tier and the founding line seat, singular, representing all four founders, because no one had drafted a protocol for someone holding all four simultaneously, was at the top, directly opposite the Chief Warlock's chair. The Chief Warlock's chair was empty. It would be, for the foreseeable future. Harry sat in his primary seat, Potter, and watched the room orient itself around the fact of him. He recognized faces from Narcissa's list. He saw Amelia Bones in her departmental seat to the left, who gave him a single professional nod. He saw Lucius Malfoy, who looked as though he had just bitten something unpleasant, seated in a greatly reduced position now that 7 of his proxy seats had been transferred back. He saw, in the visitors' gallery, 2 reporters, the Prophet and, to his surprise, a woman from something called the Quibbler, who was sketching rapidly in a notebook and didn't look up. The session opened with formalities that Harry understood because Marchbanks Fern had walked him through all of them the day before. Interim Chief Warlock duties had been assumed by Senior Undersecretary Griselda Hopkirk, who was clearly uncomfortable with the responsibility and going through the procedural motions with the energy of someone defusing something. When the first order of business was called, the formal acknowledgement of the Gringotts audit results and the consequent changes to Wizengamot composition, Harry stood. The room went very quiet. "I'll address the chamber directly," he said, "if there's no procedural objection." There was no procedural objection. There might have been, once, but the math had changed. He walked down to the speaker's floor. He was aware that he was 11 years old and that this was probably irregular and that several people in the room had their mouths open. He was not particularly concerned about any of that. "I'll be brief," he said. "The Gringotts audit results have been filed and are not subject to challenge. 23 Wizengamot seats returned to direct control of my houses. 14 proxy arrangements that were made without legitimate authorization are dissolved. The compositional effect of these changes on the chamber's voting balance is significant, and I understand that makes some people uncomfortable." He looked around the room, not aggressively but clearly. He wanted everyone to understand he was looking specifically. "I'm not interested in using this majority to punish anyone. I'm interested in using it to correct things that were wrong." He paused. "The first correction is Sirius Black," he said. "I filed for a trial review. Director Bones has confirmed there is no existing case file, no conviction, and no legal basis for his continued imprisonment. I am calling for an emergency session within 7 days and I am asking the chamber to formally support it." He looked at the assembled seats. "I have the votes to force it regardless. I'd rather not have to." He walked back to his seat. The room talked. Marchbanks Fern, beside him, looked quietly delighted. Ragnarok looked as though he had calculated 17 things simultaneously and was satisfied with most of them. Lucius Malfoy, across the chamber, was watching Harry with an expression that had moved past the unpleasant taste stage and arrived at something more complicated. Something that looked, under the expensive contempt, a little bit like assessment. The vote on the emergency session passed 51 to 22. After the session closed, while the chamber was still emptying and the buzz of conversation filled the stone room like a weather system, Amelia Bones crossed the floor and shook Harry's hand. She was a solid woman with short iron-gray hair and eyes that could probably see through most things. "Well done," she said. "The session next Wednesday, be ready for it to get complicated." "How complicated?" "Crouch Sr. is going to be called to testify. He's not going to enjoy that." She looked at him steadily. "There are people who know this was wrong and covered it up because it was convenient. They'll be in the room." "Good," Harry said. "I'd rather they be visible." She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "You're going to be interesting," with a tone that made it a compliment, and went back to her department. He was walking out, past the Aurors, up the stairs, Marchbanks Fern and Ragnarok flanking him, when Lucius Malfoy fell into step beside him. Harry didn't slow down. "Lord Potter Black Peveril," Malfoy said. His voice was exactly as smooth as Harry had expected, burnished and precise, the voice of a man who never said anything accidentally. "Mr. Malfoy. I want you to know that I hold no personal ill will regarding the proxy transfer. It was a legal matter and has been resolved legally." Harry glanced at him sideways. "That's generous of you, given that your wife already told me you'd fight it and then didn't." A slight pause. "Just the one. Narcissa and I discussed the situation and agreed on an approach." "I'm sure you did." Harry stopped walking, because they had reached the atrium and he preferred to have conversations in spaces where he chose to stop rather than spaces where he was maneuvered to stop. He turned and looked at Lucius Malfoy directly. The man was tall, pale-haired, immaculately composed, and his eyes were doing several things at once. "Your son is starting Hogwarts in September." "He is. I'm also starting Hogwarts in September. We'll be in the same year." Harry held the grey eyes. "I'd like us to start even. Clean. No history, no politics, no positioning. Just two people meeting for the first time." Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. "Then, Draco will make his own choices." "That's all I'm asking," Harry said. He turned and kept walking. Behind him, Lucius Malfoy stood in the Ministry atrium and watched him go, and the expression on his face was one that his wife would have recognized, because she wore it sometimes when she looked at their son, and it was the expression of someone who had just understood that the game had changed and was deciding whether or not they wanted to learn the new rules. Harry walked out of the Ministry into London afternoon and stood on the invisible step that Muggles passed through without noticing and felt the city move around him, buses and people and pigeons and the smell of the Thames on a warm summer day, and thought about how much had changed in 1 week. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the letter he'd received that morning, which he hadn't had time to process. Not from Hogwarts, this time. From Azkaban, forwarded through the Gringotts Ollery. The writing was shakier than it should have been. Some of the letters were wrong, like the hand had forgotten some of them and was relearning. But it was readable. "Harry, I've been in here so long I wasn't sure this was real when the owl came. Had to read it 4 times. Had to count. Had to check. Still not completely sure. James's son. Lily's son. I don't know what to say. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what they told you or didn't tell you or what your life has been. I've been in here and the Dementors take most of what you have and I've been holding on to, anyway. You filed for the trial. You have 23 seats. You own Grimmauld Place. I'm sorry about Grimmauld Place. It's a terrible house. Smells wrong and my mother's portrait screams. Come whenever they'll let you. I'd like to meet you." Serious Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it back in his jacket, close. He had a godfather. He had, against every reasonable expectation, a person who should have been there all along, and wasn't, and might be soon. He went back to the leaky cauldron. He ordered dinner. He sat at his table with his documents and his lists and his calendar of things that needed doing, and he ate the whole meal without reading a single page, which was unusual enough for the week he'd had that Tom the landlord, clearing the plates, asked if everything was all right. "Everything's fine," Harry said. "Just thinking." "Big week," Tom said, with the careful neutrality of someone who has been in the hospitality business long enough to know when not to push. "Yeah," Harry said. "It really has been." He went upstairs, and this time he didn't read until 2 in the morning. He was in bed by 10. Tomorrow was going to be another full day, and the week after was going to be a full week, and the month after that was going to be an education he hadn't expected, and September was coming with Hogwarts and a castle that was waiting for him with sealed rooms and a lonely basilisk and a sorting hat that couldn't decide between 4 houses. He slept well. Deeply, evenly, without dreams. The rings on his hands were warm in the dark. Chapter 3, The Empty Throne. The emergency session was scheduled for a Wednesday. On the Monday before it, someone tried to bribe Marchbanks Fern. She arrived at the leaky cauldron at 8 in the morning with the bribe in question, an envelope containing a bank draft for 40,000 galleons and a letter from an anonymous sender suggesting she might find the black case less compelling upon reflection, dropped it on Harry's breakfast table, and sat down. 40,000, Harry said, looking at the draft. Insultingly low, she said, stealing a piece of his toast. "I've been offered more to lose cases about disputed garden fences." "Who sent it?" "Anonymous, as I said. But the draft is drawn on Gringotts' account number." She produced a second piece of paper, which Ragnarok traced this morning to a discretionary fund operated by the Wisengamot Inheritance Committee. Harry looked up. The committee that Dumbledore chaired. The very same. Which now, technically, has no chair. He turned the bank draft over in his hands. It was thick paper, expensive, the kind that felt like permanence. "They're panicking," he said. "Yes. Which means they believe the trial will succeed." Marchbanks Fern poured herself tea from his pot without asking. "Panicking people make mistakes. I'd like to know what else they're willing to do before Wednesday." "You want to leave it open. See if they escalate." "I want you to be prepared for escalation. There's a difference." She looked at him over her cup. "The people who benefited from Black's imprisonment, and there are several, beyond just the political, are not all going to sit quietly and watch a trial undo 20 years of arrangements." Harry nodded. He already knew this. He'd spent Sunday evening going back through Narcissa's list of 14 Wisengamot members and cross-referencing them with Ragnarok's asset records, mapping the web of who had benefited from whose imprisonment and whose silence and whose convenient absence. The map was complicated. Some of the threads were old enough that the people who'd pulled them were dead. Some weren't. "Have Ragnarok trace every transaction from that account for the last 20 years, Harry said. "Everything. I want to know every person who received money from that fund and why." Marchbanks Fern was already writing it down. She had, Harry had noticed, a particular quality of listening that meant she never needed to be told something twice. "There's also this," she said, sliding a folded newspaper across the table. It was the Daily Prophet, Monday edition. Front page, above the fold, Dumbledore scandal, Ministry investigates Gringotts audit claims. The article below it was carefully worded and factually sparse and managed to discuss 50 stolen lordships without once using the word stolen, preferring disputed and under review and historically complex in ways that suggested the reporter was either very cautious or had been specifically instructed to be. But below that article, in a smaller column that might have been easy to miss, "Boy who lived named in Hogwarts charter dispute, Ministry pushes back." "The Ministry is contesting the Hogwarts charter," Harry said. "They filed an injunction yesterday. They're arguing that the charter's founder line provision is archaic and doesn't translate legally to a living inheritor." "On what basis?" "The basis that if it does translate, they lose operational oversight of Hogwarts, which represents approximately a quarter of their departmental budget in terms of regulatory influence. She ate more of his toast. They've assigned a team of 6 legal wizards to it. The Hogwarts Board of Governors is meeting Thursday to decide whether to support the ministry or the charter claim. Harry thought about this. Who's on the Board of Governors? She handed him a list. He ran his eye down it. 12 names, and he recognized 4 of them from Narcissa's notes, 4 of the 14 members who had been waiting for an alternative. He also recognized the name at the top. Chairman of the Board of Governors, Abraxas Malfoy, who had served in the position since 1973 and was Lucius Malfoy's father. Is Abraxas Malfoy ill? Marchbanksfern said. Has been for 2 years. His son has been voting in his place by informal proxy, which is not actually how the board charter works, but no one has challenged it. Harry looked at the list. Then at the window. Then back at the list. He said, I'd like to attend the board meeting Thursday. You're not a board member. I'm the charter claimant. I have a right to address them. He looked at her. Don't I? She considered this. It's not explicitly prohibited, she said, which from a solicitor of her experience was essentially the same as yes. He spent Monday afternoon drafting a letter to the Board of Governors and Tuesday morning receiving replies. 6 of the 12 wrote back. 4 of those 6 were on Narcissa's list, and their replies ranged from formal acknowledgement to something approaching cautious enthusiasm. One was from a board member Harry hadn't heard of, a witch named Augusta Longbottom, who wrote 3 paragraphs of procedural precision and closed with, I expect you to be prepared. The board has no patience for theatrical entrances not backed by substance. He liked her immediately. The 6th reply was from Lucius Malfoy, still serving as his father's informal proxy, which said simply, Thursday. 10 o'clock. Don't be late. Tuesday evening, Harry went to Azkaban. Amelia Bones had arranged it, a supervised visit under trial review provisions, which gave him an hour. He took a ministry boat from a grey dock that appeared behind a pub in Aberdeen and spent 40 minutes on the North Sea watching the prison grow out of the horizon, a black shape against a sky that seemed to be auditioning for something more dramatic than itself. The Dementors were real and they were awful. Harry had read about them and the reading had not been adequate. They were cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature, cold the way a dream is sometimes cold, reaching into the part of you that holds the things you're most afraid of and pulling. He felt them, and kept walking, because the alternative was not walking and that wasn't acceptable. The prison itself smelled of salt and old despair. The guard, a ministry employee who said nothing and moved with the practiced detachment of someone who had learned to stop noticing where they worked, took him to the 6th floor and unlocked a cell door and stood back. Sirius Black was sitting on the floor. He was thin, significantly, visibly thin, the kind of thin that has an architecture to it, bones too apparent under skin that had seen too little sun. His hair was long and matted and his eyes, when he looked up, were, not what Harry expected. The eyes were not broken. They were tired, deeply and specifically tired, but they were also sharp. They were also, unmistakably, the eyes of someone who had been holding on. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Harry looked back. You have James's hair, Sirius said. His voice was rough from disuse. And Lily's eyes. You're exactly what I would have guessed, and it's still, he stopped. Started again. It's strange to see you this big. Last time I saw you, you were, he held up his hands, close together, the gesture of someone measuring something very small. I know, Harry said. He sat down, not on the cot. He wasn't going to loom over someone sitting on the floor, but on the floor across from him, which made the guard at the door make a small disapproving sound that Harry ignored. I got your letter. I got yours. Read it about 30 times. Sirius looked at his hands. They were shaking slightly, which Harry noticed and filed away as anger rather than fear. They told me you were with the Dursleys. I was. I'm at the Leaky Cauldron now. The Leaky Cauldron. Something moved across Sirius's face. I'm fine, Harry said. I'm genuinely fine. I was not always fine, but I am now, and I'd rather focus on getting you out than discussing the details of the cupboard. Sirius went very still. The cupboard. It doesn't matter right now. Harry. The name came out rough. What cupboard? Harry looked at him steadily. Under the stairs at Privet Drive. It's where they put me. It's fine, it's over, I'm not there anymore, and I need you to table that reaction because we have 40 minutes and I need to brief you on the trial. Several things moved across Sirius's face in rapid succession. None of them were simple. At the end of it he pressed his hands flat on the floor and breathed, and nodded, and said, "Brief me," in a voice that had gone carefully controlled. So Harry briefed him. The Gringotts evidence. The Pettigrew documentation. Bones's confirmation that there was no case file. The makeup of the Wisingamot, the votes he held, the procedural motion for the emergency session. He laid it out the way Ragnarok had laid the audit out for him, in clean rows, no editorializing, just facts. Sirius listened without interrupting. As Harry talked, something in the posture of the man across from him changed, gradually, almost imperceptibly, a straightening, like something that had been bowed under weight was finding, underneath, that the weight had been removed. When Harry finished, Sirius said, 23 seats. Yes. And Pettigrew is alive. Documented. The Gringotts vault petition is dated 18 months after his supposed death. And you own Grimmauld Place. Apparently. Sirius exhaled. It was a sound that had been waiting a long time. The portrait of my mother is going to absolutely lose her mind. I gathered. She'll scream. Probably for days. I'll take it down. Sirius looked at him. You can't take it down. It's stuck. Permanent sticking charm. We tried, he stopped. We. Me and, your dad, and Remus, we spent a whole summer trying. His voice had gone quiet. God. James would have loved this. He'd have been absolutely insufferable about it. The heir of Slytherin and the auditor of half the Wisingamot and the owner of Hogwarts, all in one go. He'd have, he pressed his hand over his eyes. Sorry. Don't be, Harry said. They sat in the cell for a moment in a silence that was not uncomfortable. What do you need from me for Wednesday? Sirius asked. Nothing. You don't testify at the review. I present the evidence. The Wisingamot votes on whether to proceed to a full trial. If they vote yes, and they will, the full trial gets scheduled, and at that one you'll be there. Harry paused. The full trial will be fast. The evidence is solid and you'll have Marchbanksfern, who I suspect is the best magical solicitor alive. She is, Sirius said. Charles, your grandfather used her in 1969. Won a case that everyone said was unwinnable. He looked at Harry. She used to send me biscuits. When I was a kid, whenever I visited the Potters. Harry filed that one away, warm. The guard cleared his throat at the door. Time. Harry stood. Sirius stood, it took a moment, getting upright, which the thinness explained. But he was steady once he was up, and when he stood he was taller than Harry had expected. Wednesday, Harry said. Wednesday, Sirius agreed. Then, when Harry was at the door, Harry turned. Thank you, Sirius said. It was simple and direct and very quiet, the kind of thanks that doesn't make a performance of itself. You should have been there the whole time, Harry said. I'm just fixing it. He walked out. The Dementors were still awful on the way back. He kept walking anyway. Wednesday. The Wisingamot chamber was full in a way it hadn't been on Thursday, every seat occupied, the gallery packed with journalists and observers and a contingent of ministry officials who were either there to watch the proceedings or to be seen watching them, which was politically different. The two things that were notably absent were Cornelius Fudge, who had sent a deputy and a written statement of procedural concerns, and Albus Dumbledore, who had sent nothing. Harry sat in his primary seat. Marchbanks Fern sat to his left. Ragnarok, in his new capacity as liaison, sat in the designated auxiliary chair beside Harry's position, which several members of the chamber were visibly uncomfortable with and which Harry considered Ragnarok's presence there to be an excellent test of character. Anyone who couldn't conduct business with a goblin in the room was someone he needed to know about now rather than later. Amelia Bones opened. She was good at this, clear, dry, precise, the kind of speaker who doesn't try to persuade you emotionally because they know the facts are sufficient. She laid the evidence out in 20 minutes. The Gringotts vault petition from Pettigrew. The 3 ministry reports and their file drawer acknowledgments. The complete absence of a trial record or conviction for Sirius Black. Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s verbal transport order, which she had located in a physical archive of ministry communications from 1981, handwritten, signed, dated, and containing no mention of a crime, a charge, or a legal basis for imprisonment. In summary, she said, Sirius Black has been imprisoned for 20 years without charge, without trial, without conviction, and in the presence of documented evidence of his innocence that was reported to this ministry on 3 separate occasions. She looked around the chamber. This is not a legal gray area. This is not a complex case. This is a man in prison who should not be there. The chamber's response was the response of people who had, on some level, known this for years and had found convenient reasons not to look directly at it. Harry watched faces. He watched who looked uncomfortable and who looked angry and who looked unsurprised, and those 3 categories were very illuminating. Then Interim Chief Warlock Hopkirk opened the floor. What followed was 2 hours of the most technically sophisticated time-wasting Harry had ever witnessed. He had to admire it, in a purely tactical sense. The members opposing the trial review were not stupid and they were not unprepared, they had procedural objections, historical arguments, jurisdictional challenges, questions about the chain of custody of the Gringotts documents, a lengthy contribution from a wizard named Thaddeus not about the sanctity of emergency wartime powers, and a motion from someone Harry didn't recognize to adjourn the session pending a ministry review of the review procedure itself. Harry let it run. He sat in his seat and listened and took notes and did not stand. Marchbanks Fern, beside him, was doing the same. She had told him Tuesday, let them exhaust the procedural objections before you address them. It's faster to answer all of them at once than to interrupt each one. When the floor finally paused, not because the opposition had finished but because they had momentarily run out of momentum, Harry stood. The chamber quieted immediately. He hadn't planned a speech. He had planned 3 points, which was different. The procedural objections raised today fall into 3 categories, he said. Document authenticity, jurisdictional authority, and wartime powers provision. I'll address them in order. He did. Marchbanks Fern had prepared a counter-document for each potential challenge, and Harry had read them all, and he delivered the answers with the flat precision that he'd picked up from Ragnarok, just the facts, no ornamentation. The Gringotts certification that made the vault petition documents unimpeachable. The Wisingamott's own procedural code establishing that emergency wartime powers expired with the declared emergency, which had been formally declared over in 1981. The jurisdictional argument, which he pointed out required them to argue that the DMLE had no authority over imprisonment, an argument that would collapse the entire law enforcement structure of the ministry if they wanted to press it. The motion to adjourn, he said at the end, is the only objection that requires a vote. I'd like to note, for the record, that the person who made that motion, Warlock Knott, voted 3 months ago to expedite a property seizure hearing that affected the Greengrass family. The concept of urgent procedure apparently depends rather heavily on whose urgency it is. Warlock Knott's face went through several colors in quick succession. Harry sat down. The motion to adjourn failed, 17 to 58. The motion to proceed to full trial passed, 54 to 21. It was done in the time it took to hold up hands and count. Marchbanks Fern, beside him, said nothing. But she refilled her quill, which was her equivalent of a satisfied smile. The full trial was set for the following Friday. In the days between, Harry did 3 things that had nothing to do with the Wizengamot. The first was the Board of Governors meeting. He arrived at the Ministry conference room at exactly 10 o'clock, which was when Lucius Malfoy had told him to arrive, and which meant he was the last person in the room, which meant 12 sets of eyes turned to him simultaneously the moment he entered. He recognized Augusta Longbottom instantly. She was sitting very straight in a tartan hat and looked exactly like someone who had no patience for things not being done properly. The board's concern was the Hogwarts Charter, and it broke, broadly, into 2 camps, the 4 who had replied positively to his letter and were inclined to support the charter claim, and the 8 who were somewhere between uncertain and hostile depending on their relationship with the ministry. He'd read the minutes of every board meeting from the last 15 years. He knew what each of them actually cared about. He didn't talk about the charter. He talked about Hogwarts, specifically about the things that had been wrong with it that the board had been trying to fix and couldn't, because the headmaster had operational veto on anything they proposed. The defense against the dark arts position, vacant more than staffed over the last decade, which the board had petitioned to fill permanently 3 times and been overruled 3 times. The budget allocation for Muggleborn resources, which had been proposed 5 times and tabled each time by the ministry liaison. The maintenance of the 7th floor, which 3 board members had flagged as structurally concerning and which nothing had been done about. "I'm not claiming the charter to take control of Hogwarts," he said. "I'm claiming it because it's mine to claim. But the effect of a legitimate lord holding the charter is that the headmaster's veto on board decisions becomes subject to review." He looked around the table. "Which means the things you've been trying to fix for 15 years become fixable." Augusta Longbottom said, "The defense position. First priority, yes." She nodded once and wrote something in her notes. The vote to formally support the charter claim over the ministry's injunction was 9-3. Lucius Malfoy, sitting in his father's chair, voted yes without explanation. Harry suspected Narcissa had been busy again. The second thing he did was visit Hogwarts. He went alone, on a Thursday afternoon, by brougham. He'd bought one, a Nimbus 1990, because it turned out that when you owned 47 vaults and 23 previously inaccessible trust accounts, financial constraints became theoretical fairly quickly. He'd also bought it because it turned out flying came to him as naturally as Parseltongue, which he supposed made sense in hindsight. The castle was larger than he'd expected from pictures. It sat on its cliff above the lake and watched him come across the sky with the patient confidence of something that knew you were going to arrive eventually. He landed on the front steps and the doors opened before he touched them. The entrance hall smelled of stone and old wood and something that was less a smell than a quality of the air, the concentrated presence of centuries of magic soaked into every surface. Harry stood in the middle of it and felt the castle feel him back, which was the only way he could describe it. A quiet recognition, like a frequency finding its match. A voice came from everywhere and nowhere, low and resonant, the way very old castles sound in dreams. "You're earlier than September." "I wanted to see it before it was full of people," Harry said. "Reasonable." A pause. "You can feel the wards." He could. Layered, complex, extraordinarily deep, and his, he realized. Not Dumbledore's, not the ministry's, not the board's. His. The wards were aware of him the way the rings on his hands were aware of him. They had simply been waiting, not for an instruction but for an owner. The castle walked him through itself. Not literally, the staircases moved on their own initiative, portraits offered directions, and Harry followed. He saw the great hall first, enormous and echoing and empty, the enchanted ceiling showing grey October sky. Then the library, which was larger than he'd expected and which smelled in a way that made him want to stay for approximately a year. Then down, through passages, past a bathroom that was clearly designed for someone considerably more dramatic than the average student, to a corridor that ended in a blank stone wall. The wall opened before he asked it to. The Chamber of Secrets smelled of water and very old stone. It was dark until it wasn't. The torches came on in sequence, burning green, and Harry walked down the long corridor between the carved serpent pillars and emerged into the main chamber with its flooded floor and its towering statue. The basilisk was, as Hogwarts had mentioned, fine. She was enormous, 30 feet at minimum, and asleep along the far wall, coiled loosely, her scales the color of old bronze in the torchlight. At the sound of his footsteps she opened one eye. An enormous, ancient, amber eye that looked at him with the unhurried attention of something that had been sleeping for years and had entirely given up rushing. "You smell like Slytherin," she said, in Parseltongue. "I'm told I'm his heir," Harry replied. She opened the other eye. "The castle says you're also the heir of the other three." "Yes." She considered this. "The last speaker who came here wanted me to kill children." "I don't want you to kill anyone." "What do you want?" Harry looked at her. "At the chamber. At the library of Slytherin's original texts that lined the walls, which he'd noticed before he noticed the basilisk. I want to know if you're here by choice." A long, slow blink of amber eyes. "No one has asked me that before." "I'm asking." She was quiet for a moment. "I was placed here. I have been here for 1,000 years. I do not know if choice is the right word. I know that I would prefer," a pause, while she seemed to search for the word, "sunlight." "Okay," Harry said, in English. "Then, back to Parseltongue, I'll figure out something. The lake, maybe. It's big enough." She looked at him for a long, measuring moment. Then she set her enormous head back down and closed her eyes. "You're better than the last one," she said. It was, Harry thought, a reasonable standard to be held to. The third thing he did, on Thursday evening, was write to Remus Lupin. He'd found Remus in the documents, mentioned in several places, a friend of his father's, the last surviving member of what the Gringotts records called the Marauder Proxy Group, which was apparently what his father's circle of friends had called themselves when they were young and probably thought it was hilarious. Remus had been a person in Harry's life before he was old enough to remember people, which meant Remus had memories that Harry didn't. The letter took 4 drafts. He kept making it too formal and then too casual and then too formal again. In the end he wrote, "Remus, I'm James and Lily's son. I know you know that, but I didn't know you existed until last week, so I thought I'd start there. I found you in my grandfather's papers. I'm 11 years old, I've been living with the Dursleys. Yes, those Dursleys, yes, it was as bad as you're probably imagining. No, I'm not interested in discussing it at length, and I've had an interesting week. Sirius's trial is Friday. I'd like you to be there if you're willing. I'd also like to meet you. I'm told you knew my parents well. I don't have anyone who knew my parents." Harry he sent it and went to sleep and dreamed about a lake and a basilisk in sunlight. Friday. The trial chamber was different from the Wisengamot session chamber. Smaller, circular, a single chair in the center fitted with restraints that were, Marchbanks Fern had told him, purely traditional and not legally required. She had filed a motion to have them removed. The motion had been granted, which meant when Sirius Black walked into the chamber he walked in without chains, which Harry thought mattered. Sirius walked in with a dignity that the past 20 years had tried very hard to strip from him and hadn't managed. He was cleaner than Azkaban had allowed him to be. Harry had arranged for him to be transferred to the Ministry holding facility Thursday night, which was worlds above Azkaban in every sense, and someone had found him a set of robes that weren't prison gray. He sat in the chair in the center of the chamber and looked up at the assembled Wisengamot and he did not look away. Harry, from his seat, caught Sirius's eye. Sirius gave him a small nod. Harry nodded back. Bartemius Crouch Sr. was called first. He was still Ministry, still head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a position he'd retreated to after his time in law enforcement, and he walked into the chamber with the bearing of a man who had successfully not thought about certain things for 20 years and was extremely unhappy about being asked to start now. Bones questioned him. She was very good at this. She approached it not with aggression but with a kind of relentless gentleness, like water finding the path through stone. Did you issue a verbal order for Black's transport to Azkaban on November 3, 1981? Yes. Was there a case file prepared for his arrest? A pause. The situation was urgent. The war had just ended. Was there a case file? Another pause. Standard procedures were expedited. Bartemius, was there a case file? No. The chamber absorbed this. Were you aware, when you issued the order, that Black had not been charged with any specific crime under magical law? He was accused by whom? By, the circumstances. Bones looked at him for a moment. Then she said, I have nothing further, and sat down. Marchbanksfern cross-examined him for 25 minutes using the Pettigrew Vault petition and the 3 follow-up reports and a 4th document Harry hadn't seen before, a memo from 1984 in which a junior ministry clerk had flagged the Black case for review and been reassigned within the week. She was not gentle. She was not unkind, but she was not gentle. By the time Crouch left the stand he looked like a man who had put something down he'd been carrying for a long time, and couldn't decide whether the relief or the shame was the stronger feeling. Sirius spoke for himself. Harry had discussed this with Marchbanksfern. She'd wanted to keep him off the stand, minimize the risk, control the narrative. Harry had said it was Sirius's choice and Sirius had said he wanted to speak. He stood in front of the chamber and he told the truth. He told it plainly, without drama, without the performed emotion that can make a jury sympathetic but can also make them skeptical. He said, I was never Peter Pettigrew's secret keeper. The story that I was is false. I was betrayed by a man I trusted, who I now know to be alive, and I have been in Azkaban for 20 years and I am not broken by it, though I am tired. He said, I want to be free. I want to meet my godson properly. I want to sleep somewhere that doesn't smell like death. He sat down. Harry watched the chamber. He watched the faces. He watched who was moved and who was unmoved and, most importantly, he watched who was afraid, because fear, in a room like this, usually meant something specific. Warlock Knott was afraid. So was a witch named Dolores Umbridge, who sat in a ministry observer's seat rather than a Wisingamot seat and had been taking notes throughout the proceedings in a pink leather notebook and whose face, during Sirius's testimony, had gone the specific flat pink of someone who has decided they are not going to be affected by this. He filed both of them away. The vote was 61-13. Sirius Black was free. There was no dramatic moment. No explosion of celebration, no sudden change in light or air. The interim chief warlock read the verdict, the documentation was signed, and Marchbanksfern stood up and said, my client will be leaving now, with the satisfaction of someone who had been right for 30 years and had simply been waiting for everyone else to catch up. Harry watched Sirius stand. Watched him process, for a moment, what standing up meant in a room where the door was open. Watched something enormous and private move through the man's face. Then Sirius looked across the chamber at Harry and did something Harry hadn't expected. He laughed. It came out rough and a little wild and entirely real, a laugh that had been waiting in him for 20 years, and it broke open the solemnity of the chamber like a window being thrown wide. Harry felt something in his chest loosen in a way that he hadn't known was tight. He found Remus Lupin waiting in the corridor outside the chamber. The man was thinner than Harry expected and wore robes that were clean but visibly mended in several places. He had gray at his temples that seemed early for his age, and the kind of face that showed the evidence of having felt things deeply over a long period of time. He was standing with his arms at his sides and a carefully neutral expression that Harry recognized immediately as the expression of someone who was working very hard not to hope too much. Harry looked at him for a moment. You came, he said. Of course I came, Remus said, a little roughly. Then, you look like James. Around the jaw. You have your mother's eyes exactly. I know. Everyone says so. I imagine. He paused. How are you? Good, Harry said. Getting better. He glanced at the chamber door. He's coming out in a minute. Remus nodded. He looked at the door and his throat moved. When Sirius came through, Marchbanks Fern talking rapidly beside him, several documents requiring immediate signatures, he saw Remus and stopped. They looked at each other across 10 feet of ministry corridor. Harry stepped aside and let them have it, because some things are not for witnesses. He went to talk to Marchbanks Fern about the paperwork and gave the two men the space they needed, and tried not to listen, though he heard Sirius say, very quietly, "Moony, the way you say the name of something you thought you'd lost." He gave them 5 minutes. Then he went back. "Right," he said. "Practical matters. Sirius, you need a healer, don't argue, it's non-negotiable. Remus, I'd like to offer you a job." He'd thought about this on Thursday. Defense against the dark arts. Hogwarts has had a problem filling the position. You're qualified. Remus stared at him. I have a condition, I know. I own the school. I'll sort the Wolfsbane provision. Is that a yes? Remus opened his mouth. Closed it. Said, "You're 11. I know. Is that a yes?" Sirius, beside him, was grinning. It was a different grin than the laugh in the chamber, smaller, private, pointed specifically at Harry. It was the grin of someone recognizing something familiar. "That's James's mouth," he said. "That exact sentence structure. I know. Is that a yes?" "Is it?" Harry asked. Remus looked at him for a long moment. Then, "Yes." "Good." Harry turned to where Marchbanks Fern was waiting. "He'll also need a formal appointment document. It needs to go through the Board of Governors, which I can expedite. I'll draft it today," she said, without looking up from her papers. They walked out of the ministry together, Harry, Sirius, Remus, Marchbanks Fern, into a grey London afternoon that had no idea what had happened under it and didn't need to. The street was full of muggles going about their Thursday afternoon, buses and bicycles and people with coffee cups, and the four of them stood on the invisible magical threshold between the ministry's hidden entrance and the regular world. Sirius looked at the sky. Just looked at it, a long, slow look, the kind you give something you have missed the way you miss breathing. "All right?" Harry asked. "Yeah," Sirius said. He was still looking up. "Yeah, I really am." A pause. "Harry. I want a proper conversation. Soon. About everything. The Dursleys, and your parents, and what you know and what you don't, and, just. all of it." "I know," Harry said. "We'll have time." He looked at the street. "You can stay at Grimmauld Place. It's technically mine, but it's a black house, it should be a black who lives in it. The portrait will scream. I'll come help you deal with the portrait." Sirius looked at him sideways. The grin again. "You know there's a tapestry in there. Family tree. Some members have been blasted off it." "I know. You're on it, probably." James certainly was. "Good." Harry paused. "Are you on it?" "I was blasted off. In 1977. His voice was dry. "I was 16 and I told my mother exactly what I thought of her opinions on blood purity. In considerable detail." Harry looked at him. "We'll fix the tapestry," he said. "We'll fix the portrait too, eventually. And the house." He looked back at the street. "It can be a real place instead of a metaphor for everything that was wrong." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "James really would have," he started. "I know," Harry said. "Come on. I'll buy you lunch. Proper food, not whatever Azkaban was serving." "Azkaban was not serving anything I'd call food." "Right. Come on then." They went. Marchbanks Fern disappeared in the direction of her office with a stack of documents and the purposeful stride of someone with 17 things to file before close of business. Remus walked beside Sirius and they talked quietly, catching 20 years up in fragments. Harry walked a little ahead and let them. London moved around them, indifferent and enormous and full of people who didn't know what had just happened. Harry thought about the Wizengamot chamber and the empty Chief Warlock's chair. He thought about Dumbledore in his hospital room and the wand lying inert on the table. He thought about the Hogwarts Charter and the Ministry's injunction and the Board of Governors and the sealed rooms in the castle and a basilisk that wanted sunlight and a castle that had been waiting for him to walk through its doors. There was still so much to do. The Wizengamot reform. The Gringotts liaison formalization. The property claims, the Ministry injunction, the contested lordships, Pettigrew, actually finding him, and Tom Riddle out there in some diminished form, connected to Harry through a scar that prickled sometimes in ways Harry was beginning to understand were informational rather than threatening. So much to do. He was 11 years old and he had, in 2 weeks, unraveled 50 years of constructed architecture and walked into his own life for the first time. He thought it was probably going to get more complicated before it got less. He was, in the deep truthful part of himself, genuinely looking forward to it. Chapter 4, Blood and Stone. 3 days after Sirius walked free, someone tried to kill Harry. It wasn't subtle. That was the first thing Harry noticed, not the curse itself, which came from a rooftop above Diagon Alley and hit the space where he'd been standing half a second before he moved, but the lack of subtlety in it. A professional would have waited for a better angle or used something quieter than a killing curse, which left a signature in the ambient magic of the alley like a thunderclap in a library. Whatever else this was, it wasn't professional. He'd moved because Ragnarok had once mentioned, in passing, that the lordship magic of an ancient and most noble house often manifested as environmental awareness, a low-grade sense of the magical field around the holder, like peripheral vision for intent. Harry had been feeling it all week in small ways. The sense of a ward shifting when someone passed through it. The slight wrongness of a space before he could see why it was wrong. On this particular Tuesday morning, standing outside Flourish and Blots with a list of textbooks in his hand, he felt something sharpen in the air above him and stepped left without thinking about it. The green light hit the cobblestones where he'd been standing. The alley detonated into noise. Harry was already moving. Not away, he'd learned, in the 10 days since the audit, that moving away created distance and distance reduced information. He moved toward the building whose rooftop the curse had come from, a narrow apothecary 3 doors down, and went up the drain pipe in the time it took the first shoppers to start screaming. The rooftop was empty. Recently so, the magical residue of a disapparition hung in the air like smoke after a candle, and there were boot prints in the roof's thin grime that told him 2 things, one person, not heavy, and they'd been waiting for a while because the prints were layered, shifting, the pattern of someone who had stood in one place long enough to move their weight around. He stood on the rooftop and looked at Diagon Alley below him, the Aurors arriving now, people clustering and pointing, a Gringotts security team emerging from the bank's doors at a controlled run. He looked at the boot prints again. Medium-sized. The heel pattern was distinctive, a particular kind of wear on the outer edge. He dropped back down to street level and landed in front of 2 Aurors who had their wands out and were looking at the scorch mark on the cobblestones with expressions of people doing rapid professional arithmetic. Lord Potterblack Peveril, said the taller one, a woman with close-cropped hair and the kind of watchful stillness that suggested either extensive training or very difficult formative years. Are you injured? No. He looked at her badge. Senior Auror Shafiq. The shooter was on the roof of the apothecary. Single person, disapparated. Fresh tracks if you move now. He paused. The heel wear on the boot prints, distinctive. Outer edge, right foot specifically. Someone who supinates when they stand. Shafiq looked at him for a moment. Then at her partner. Then she said, Williamson, roof, and her partner went, and she looked back at Harry with an expression that had shifted from professional concern to something more like assessment. You moved before the curse was cast. I felt the intent before the wand movement, Harry said. Bloodline sensitivity. Can we discuss this somewhere that isn't the middle of the street? They went to the Auror post at the end of the alley, a small office behind a door that appeared to be a bricked-up archway until you knew to press the third brick from the left, which Harry had been shown on his first day in the alley and had filed away without comment. He gave Shafiq everything he'd observed. She listened and wrote and asked precise questions. At the end she said, "You shouldn't be moving around unescorted." "I don't have an escort." "No." She looked at her notes. "You need one. I'm going to recommend it to Director Bones." "I'd rather choose my own," Harry said. "If it comes to that. The Auror office assigns, I hold 23 Wizengamot seats," he said pleasantly. "I'd like to be involved in the selection if we're doing this." Shafiq looked at him with the expression he was becoming familiar with, the recalibration that happened when people encountered the gap between 11-year-old and everything else. "I'll tell Director Bones you'd like to consult," she said. "Thank you." He stood. "I'd also like a copy of your report when it's filed. The Gringotts security team will be conducting their own investigation, we should share findings. We don't typically share with, Ragnarok is my Wizengamot liaison," Harry said. "Which gives Gringotts formal standing in anything that affects my security." He picked up his book list. "I appreciate your response time. You were on scene fast." He went back out into the alley. The scorch mark was already drawing a crowd of people examining it with wands, and someone had started selling butterbeer from a cart nearby, because the British wizarding world's relationship with tragedy was to immediately provide refreshments. He bought one, because it was cold and he hadn't had breakfast, and stood beside the scorch mark and thought about who wanted him dead badly enough to do it badly. Sirius, when he heard about it, went very still in the way of someone who has learned that the most dangerous version of themselves emerges from stillness rather than noise. He was at Grimmauld Place, had been there 4 days, and the house was already different. The portrait of Walburga Black had screamed for approximately 45 minutes upon Sirius's arrival, at which point Sirius had located a very heavy tapestry, hung it across the portrait's frame, and silenced the wall behind it. The silence wasn't complete, you could still feel the screaming more than hear it, a low vibration in the floor of the entrance hall, but it was manageable. Harry had been there 2 of the 4 days and had decided the house was, underneath the dark and the portraits and the Elfhead collection that he was going to do something about, actually a very good house. The bones of it were solid. The library on the 3rd floor alone was worth the screaming portrait. "Killing curse," Sirius said, when Harry finished telling him. "They used a killing curse on a crowded street." "Yes. That's not a professional. That's someone frightened." "That's what I thought," Harry said. They were in the kitchen, which was the warmest room and the most human feeling. Someone had clearly been cooking in it regularly before the house went dark, and the space held on to that. Sirius had made tea with the focused attention of someone who was doing something with his hands so his mind could work. Someone frightened enough to act fast and badly. Which means something changed recently. Something that made me more of an urgent problem. "The trial," Sirius said. "Pettigrew." "The trial," Harry agreed. "When I walked out of the Wizengamot with your acquittal, whoever Peter answers to knew it was only a matter of time before I came for him." He wrapped both hands around his mug. "Finding Peter is next anyway. The Gringotts documentation proves he's alive. The Wizengamot knows he's alive. What we don't have is where." "I have ideas about that," Sirius said, sitting down across from him. He was looking better, for days of actual food and actual sleep and the slow unclenching of being in a space that was his had put something back that Harry couldn't name but could see. Peter was always a creature of comfort. He didn't like being cold, or hungry, or without protection. Wherever he is, someone is providing for him. He turned his mug in his hands. He's been in hiding for 20 years. He's been hiding as something, as someone. Changed his name, or changed his form. He's an animagus, Harry said. Unregistered. The Gringotts report mentioned it when they were explaining the vault petition. He used a false name for the vault but his magical signature has animagus transformation markers. A rat. Sirius said it flatly. He was a rat. When we were at school. The form suited him. Harry thought about that. A rat. An unregistered animagus rat, hiding as someone's pet, perhaps, or in some urban corner of the wizarding world where a rat would go unremarked. Rats lived near food and warmth and people. They were invisible because people didn't look at them. I want to put a tracker on him, Harry said. Gringotts has a type of magic, a bloodline trace. If Pettigrew accessed a vault using his real magical signature, even under a false name, Ragnarok can build a continuous trace from that signature. He looked at Sirius. It takes a few days to construct. But once it's active, we'll know where he is. Sirius nodded. Then, and what do we do when we know? We tell Amelia Bones, Harry said. We do it by the book. Sirius looked at him. I know, Harry said. I know what you want to do. And I understand it. But if we bring him in through the DMLE with full documentation and a clean chain of evidence, there's no argument. There's no unusual circumstances or questionable methods. It's airtight. He met Sirius's eyes. He goes to Azkaban. Properly. With a conviction. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You sound like your mother. Is that a bad thing? No, Sirius said. A long pause. No, it's really not. He leaned back. Okay. By the book. But I want to be there when they bring him in. I'll make sure of it. Remus arrived that evening. He'd been staying at a rented room in Hogsmeade, had been living there for several years, actually, close enough to Hogwarts that it made sense, though he'd never managed to get the data position because each time he'd applied Dumbledore had appointed someone else. Harry had seen the application records in the Hogwarts archive he'd accessed during his visit to the castle. Remus had applied in 1984, 1987, and 1991. Each time, Dumbledore's notes said condition prevents stable long-term appointment. Harry had sent those records to the Board of Governors on Wednesday morning, with a note that said the appointment was his decision as charter holder and that the lycanthropy condition was managed and documented and not a disqualifying factor under educational law. Augusta Longbottom had replied within an hour, appointment approved. Welcome, Professor Lupin. Remus had sent a reply that had only 4 words and a significant amount of space between them, thank you. Truly. Thank you. Now he sat at Sirius's kitchen table with a cup of tea and looked like a man still adjusting to the shape of a world that had, in the space of a week, become considerably better than he'd expected it to be. Someone tried to kill you today, he said to Harry. They did. How are you feeling about that? Mostly thinking about who sent them, Harry said honestly. The emotional processing will probably happen later. Remus looked at him with an expression that Harry had started thinking of as the professor look, attentive, slightly worried, trying to decide whether to push. It's all right if it affects you, he said. Someone tried to kill you. Someone tried to kill me when I was a year old, Harry said. I think I have a high baseline. Sirius made a sound into his tea that was not quite a laugh. That's not actually reassuring, Remus said. I know. Harry looked at him. I'm genuinely all right. I promise I'll tell you if I'm not. He paused. I don't actually have much practice telling people when I'm not all right, so the promise is partly aspirational. But I mean it. Remus held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, which was the nod of someone accepting an honest answer rather than a comfortable one. They spent the evening in the kitchen, which Harry was beginning to understand was the house's center of gravity regardless of what room you were technically supposed to be in. Sirius made dinner, surprisingly good dinner, which he said was a necessity when you lived in a house that had once employed a house elf who considered everything edible to be an affront. Remus talked about Hogwarts and what he was planning for defense, which involved considerably more practical work and considerably fewer theoretical essays than the existing curriculum, and Harry listened and thought about what it would be like to walk into that classroom in September already knowing the teacher. It would be, he thought, like most things in his life had suddenly become, complicated in entirely new ways that were still better than the old uncomplicated ones. "The Wolfsbane," Harry said, during a pause. "For your condition." Ragnarok said Gringotts has a potions provision service. They maintain a contract with a master brewer. It's not cheap but it's consistent and high quality. He'd looked into this on Monday. "I'd like to set it up as a standing order. Charged to the Potter estate." Remus looked at him across the table. Something moved through his face. "Harry," he started. "It's practical," Harry said. "You're going to be teaching at a school full of children. Consistent Wolfsbane means consistent transformation control. It's a safety provision, not charity." "I know what it is," Remus said, quietly. He stopped. "Thank you," he said. "I don't know another way to say it." "You don't have to say anything else," Harry said. Sirius, across the table, was looking between the two of them with an expression Harry couldn't entirely read, something fond and painful and glad all at once. He caught Harry's eye and didn't say anything, just raised his mug slightly, and Harry raised his back. The Gringotts bloodline trace took 4 days to construct. In the meanwhile, 2 more things happened. The first was the Ministry's injunction hearing regarding the Hogwarts Charter. It was held in a small procedural court on the Ministry's second level, presided over by Madame Wilhelmina Gamp, who was 72 and had been a procedural judge for 30 years and who had the air of someone who found legal argument genuinely interesting rather than merely necessary. The Ministry's team of 6 legal wizards had produced a 40-page argument. Harry's side had produced an 8-page counter-argument, written by Marchbanksfern, which was 8 pages because Marchbanksfern believed that if you needed more than 10 pages to make a legal point you hadn't understood your own argument. The Ministry's core claim was that the Founders' Charter used language, heirs of the blood, in perpetuity, that was intended to refer to direct lineal descendants, not lateral bloodline inheritance of the kind Harry held through the Peveril and various other ancestral connections. They had supporting precedent. It was good precedent. Harry gave them credit for finding it. Marchbanksfern stood up and said, the charter was written in 990 AD. The definition of heir of the blood in 990 AD was explicitly inclusive of lateral inheritance and blood adoption, as documented in 17 separate historical texts, 4 of which the Ministry itself uses as foundational legal authority in other contexts. She put the 17 citations on the table in front of Madame Gamp. The Ministry is arguing, in essence, that a word meant something different when it was convenient for it to mean something different. She sat down. Madame Gamp looked at the 17 citations. Looked at the Ministry's 40 pages. Made a note. I'll have a finding within the week, she said. Harry was back at the Leaky Cauldron by noon. The second thing that happened was a letter from Hogwarts. This one wasn't from the Castle Consciousness, it was from the actual school, in the sense that it bore the Hogwarts seal and had been sent through the official owl post, and it was addressed to Harry in handwriting he didn't recognize. Cramped, small, purple ink. Lord Potterblack Peveril, I write to express my deep reservations regarding several recent decisions made in relation to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which as Deputy Headmistress I consider to fall within my professional purview. The appointment of a werewolf to the Defense Against the Dark Arts position poses significant safety concerns that I do not believe were adequately considered. I understand the board has approved it, but I must formally register my objection and request a meeting to discuss proper safeguarding protocols. I also note that the charter claim, while legally being processed, has not yet been resolved, and I would caution against acting as though ownership of the school is settled while the injunction remains. Additionally, I am concerned about reports of an 11-year-old conducting Wisengamot business, managing significant property claims, and operating what amounts to a political office without appropriate adult supervision. I would like to meet Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it twice. Then he wrote back. Professor McGonagall, thank you for writing directly. I prefer that. Regarding Professor Lupin, the lycanthropy is managed, documented, and controlled through a consistent Wolfsbane provision. He is, by any objective assessment, one of the most qualified candidates for the position in the last 20 years. If you have specific safeguarding protocols you'd like to establish, I'd welcome the conversation. You know Hogwarts far better than I do, and I'd rather implement your recommendations than work around your objections. Regarding the injunction, noted. I'll act accordingly. Though I'd point out that the castle itself has been rather open with me, and we've had several productive conversations already. Regarding adult supervision, I understand the concern. I'd suggest that the quality of the decisions is the relevant metric rather than the age of the person making them, but I'm open to the argument. I'll come to Hogwarts on Thursday if that's convenient. Harry Potter, she replied within 2 hours. Thursday. 2 o'clock. Don't be late. He liked her, he decided. She reminded him of Augusta Longbottom. Thursday at Hogwarts. McGonagall met him in the entrance hall with the same energy the hall itself had, solid, old, completely certain of its own significance. She was tall and spare and wore tartan in a way that communicated, this is my aesthetic, not a choice I make daily but a fundamental fact of who I am. She looked at him with sharp green eyes and said nothing for a moment, just took a full accounting of him, which Harry submitted to without discomfort. You look like James, she said. Around the jaw. Everyone says that, Harry said. They're right. A pause. Your eyes are entirely your mother's. She was exceptional. Tell me about her, Harry said. If you're willing. Later, after the agenda. Something shifted in the severe face. Just briefly. Yes, she said. I will. She turned. Come. She walked him through the school in a way that was categorically different from how the castle had walked him through it. The castle had shown him its secrets and its depth, the places no one else knew about. McGonagall showed him how the school actually ran, the routes the students took, the bottlenecks in the corridors between classes, the chronic issue with the fourth-floor bathroom that had been reported to the maintenance team for 3 years, the room that should have been a dedicated study space but had been repurposed for storage because no one had made a decision about it. She showed him problems. He realized, about 15 minutes in, that she was testing him, not cruelly, but genuinely, the way you test a load-bearing wall before you put weight on it. The fourth-floor bathroom, he said, when they stopped outside it. Who's responsible for maintenance? Technically the caretaker, Argus Filch. Practically, no one, because the budget allocation for maintenance goes through the ministry's Educational Oversight Board, and they've been redirecting it to a Facilities Modernization Initiative since 1988. Which means the money is allocated but not spent on the actual problem. Correct. Pull the allocation back through the board. Designated as a charter-protected expenditure, which it is, because the charter includes a provision for safe maintenance of the school buildings. He'd read the full charter on Tuesday. The ministry can't redirect charter-designated funds. If Filch needs a maintenance team, hire one from the allocation. McGonagall looked at him. The ministry will push back. The ministry is currently losing a charter injunction. They don't have a lot of political capital to spend on a bathroom. He looked at the door. What else? She walked him through 6 more problems. He had workable answers for 4 of them and said clearly that he needed more information for the other 2, which he could see she appreciated more than confident wrong answers would have earned him. In her office, which smelled of old books and something that might have been ginger biscuits, she made tea with the brisk efficiency of someone who made tea as a prelude to real conversation. The Lupin appointment, she said. I have written my objection formally. I want you to know that I will not obstruct it. She handed him a cup. I want protocols. Specific, detailed, committed to writing. The Wolfsbane provision, the transformation arrangements, what happens if for any reason the potion fails. That's reasonable, Harry said. Remus agrees with all of that, by the way. He asked me this morning to have exactly that conversation. She looked at him steadily. You've already spoken to him about it. I knew you'd want it. It seemed like the efficient order, ask him first, come to you with his agreement already in hand. A long pause. Then, unexpectedly, McGonagall said, "How long have you been this organized?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "The Dursleys were. I spent a lot of time alone. I read things and planned things. It wasn't organized exactly. It was just the only thing available." Something moved through her face. She set her cup down and folded her hands and said, very carefully, "I am aware of the Dursley family situation. I was aware of it when you were placed with them." Harry looked at her. "I observed the family before the placement," she said. "I reported my concerns to Dumbledore. He told me that the blood protection Lily's sacrifice created required you to live with her sister, regardless of circumstances, and that the protection would outweigh other considerations." She held his gaze without flinching. "I believed him. I should have pushed harder." Harry thought about what to say. "The protection was probably real," he said finally. "I don't know enough about the magic to say it wasn't. But it didn't require the cupboard." He kept his voice even. "That was just the Dursleys." "Yes," she said. "It was." She pressed her lips together. "I'm sorry, Harry." He sat with that. He wasn't used to apologies. He wasn't entirely sure what to do with them, particularly from adults who had no reason to offer them except that they meant them. "Okay," he said. "Tell me about my mother." And she did. She talked for an hour. About Lily Evans, who had arrived at Hogwarts 11 years old and already curious about everything, who had a gift for charms that McGonagall had seen only twice in 50 years of teaching, who argued with her professors not to be difficult but because she genuinely wanted to understand and couldn't stop at the surface of a thing. About James Potter, who was exactly as infuriating as his son apparently was and exactly as capable, and who had spent 3 years being terrible to Lily before he understood that the version of himself she deserved was not the version he was currently presenting. About the two of them together, which McGonagall described with the precise economy of someone reporting facts while privately feeling a great deal. Harry listened to all of it and felt the shape of his parents become more real and more specific and more lost, all at the same time. He let himself feel that. It was worth feeling. When she finished he said, "Thank you. Then, I'm going to fix as much as I can. The school. The Wizengamot. The things that got broken." He looked at her. "I could use someone who knows the institution from inside." "I'm not your political operative," she said, but not unkindly. "I know. I meant someone who tells me when I'm wrong." He paused. "Ragnarok does it for the legal and financial side. Marchbanksfern does it for the procedural side. I don't have anyone who does it for the," he searched for the word, "human side." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. "Albus had a very particular way of arranging the people around him so that he heard what he expected to hear," she said. "I was never very good at that, which created tension." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm asking." She looked at him. Then she refilled his cup and said, "I'll think about it." Which from someone who had said "I'll think about it" in exactly that tone for 50 years meant yes. The bloodline trace activated on Saturday morning. Ragnarok sent a message through the Gringotts communication system, a small golden ball that appeared in Harry's room at the Leaky Cauldron at 6 a.m. and hummed until he woke up and touched it, at which point it said, in Ragnarok's voice, "The trace has located Pettigrew. He's in Hogsmeade. Send your Auror contact and let us know when they're ready to move." Harry was out of bed, dressed, and writing to Shafiq before the sun was properly up. He'd been working with Shafiq since the Diagon Alley attempt. She'd been assigned to his case by Bones and had turned out to be exactly what he'd asked for, someone who treated his input as operational rather than civilian. She was also, he'd worked out, one of the best trackers in the Auror Corps and deeply personally offended by the existence of Azkaban convictions without trials. Her reply came back in 20 minutes, "Ready when you are." "Who else?" He wrote, "Sirius Black. He has the right to be there." A slightly longer pause. Then, agreed. "Meet at the Three Broomsticks. 1 hour. He sent Sirius a message through the flue. They'd established a communication link through the Grimmauld Place fireplace, and then he wrote to Ragnarok to have the trace data sent directly to Shafiq's Auror badge, which was a technical capability Ragnarok had mentioned was possible and which the Auror Corps had exactly never thought to ask for. He arrived at the Three Broomsticks early. Sirius was already there, standing outside, which told Harry that Sirius had been awake before the message arrived. He looked alert in a particular way, not tense, but concentrated, the way water concentrates just before it goes over a drop. "Hogsmeade," Harry said. "I know it better than almost anyone," Sirius said. "I used to come here in school." Shafiq arrived with two other Aurors, both of whom Harry hadn't worked with. She made the introductions brisk and professional, and Harry noticed she introduced Sirius as Sirius Black, cleared of charges without any hesitation, which he'd remember. The trace data put Pettigrew in the cellar of a magical oddities shop 3 streets from the main road, a shop Harry had walked past twice on his Thursday visit and hadn't gone into because the window display was dusty and the shop hours sign appeared to be lying. They went in 4, Shafiq, one of the other Aurors, Sirius, and Harry. The other Auror stayed outside. The shop owner, a nervous, thin-haired wizard named Borgin the Younger who bore no resemblance to his name suggesting a family connection to the Nocturne Alley shop, went white when Shafiq showed her badge and said, "We're here about a rat." The rat in question was in the cellar, in a cage with several other rats that Borgin the Younger kept for, he claimed, specimen purposes, which was not an explanation that satisfied anyone. It took Sirius about 4 seconds to identify which rat was Pettigrew. He'd spent 3 years living with the man as a dog in the grounds of Hogwarts. He knew the magical signature the way you know a voice. He pointed at a fat, brown rat in the back corner of the 3rd cage. "That one," he said, completely flat. Shafiq cast the animagus reversal. The rat became a man. He was short, balding, sweating immediately, and had the specific look of someone whose entire operational plan had just collapsed. He looked at Sirius. He looked at Harry. He looked at Shafiq and the badge and the wand. Then he opened his mouth. "It wasn't, you have to understand, I had no choice, they would have killed me, he was going to find me eventually and I had to," he was already backing toward the wall. "I can explain, if you just, Sirius, we were friends, we were," "Don't," Sirius said. It was one word and it was very quiet and it worked. Pettigrew stopped talking. Shafiq had him in magical restraints before he finished stopping, with the smooth economy of someone who did this regularly and found it uncomplicated. Harry looked at Pettigrew. He'd expected to feel something larger, anger, maybe, or the satisfaction of completion. What he actually felt was something quieter. Like a calculation that had been running in the background of his week finally finishing and closing. "Peter Pettigrew," Shafiq said, "you are being taken into ministry custody for questioning under Veritaserum regarding the murders of November 1981 and the false imprisonment of Sirius Black. You have the right to, I want to make a deal," Pettigrew said immediately. He was looking at Harry, not Shafiq. "I want to make a deal. I have information. About him. About, where he is, what he's planning, I can tell you things that no one else knows, you'll tell the ministry everything under Veritaserum," Shafiq said. "That's already happening." No, his eyes were still on Harry. Wild, cornered. "I want to talk to him. The boy." You don't get to negotiate," Harry said. It came out calm, which surprised him slightly. "You're not in a position to negotiate. You have a signed treaty with someone who has been structurally weakened over the last 2 weeks, and the ministry is about to know everything you know anyway." He met the panicked eyes steadily. "If you cooperate fully and immediately, Amelia Bones is a fair person. That's all I can offer you." Pettigrew stared at him. "He looks like James," he said, very quietly, to no one in particular. It sounded less like a statement than something escaping. "Take him," Harry said to Shafiq. They took him. Outside, on the street, in the late morning cool of a Hogsmeade Saturday, Sirius stood with his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky for a moment, the same way he'd looked at London sky on the ministry steps. 20 years, he said. Yeah. And he was just, sitting in a shop. In a cage. Yeah. Sirius exhaled. Long, slow. Right, he said. Then he looked at Harry. Are you hungry? Because I'm absolutely starving and I think the Three Broomsticks does breakfast. They do, Harry said. Rosmerta does very good eggs. Brilliant. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder, brief, light, the easiest thing in the world, just a hand on a shoulder, and steered him back toward the high street. Come on. I want eggs and I want to not be in a cellar. They had breakfast. Sirius ate 4 portions of eggs and toast and talked, with the loosening that comes from something finally being over, about James and the Marauders and the specific chaos of being 17 in this village on Hogsmeade weekends, and Harry listened and asked questions and ate his own eggs and felt the morning settle around him into something good. The attempted assassination investigation had been moving alongside everything else, and on Sunday evening Shafiq came to the Leaky Cauldron with a report. The boot prints. She'd found a match, not through magic but through the specific where pattern Harry had described, cross-referenced with ministry records for registered disapparition signatures in the Diagon Alley area. The signature belonged to a low-level ministry operative named Avery, who had no formal criminal record but whose name appeared 5 times in connection with known Death Eater associates from the First War. He's connected to Voldemort, Harry said. Shafiq didn't flinch at the name, which Harry noted approvingly. Historically, yes. We're bringing him in Monday morning. Who sent him? That's what we're going to find out. She looked at him. I want to be direct with you. The use of the killing curse on a public street suggests someone who felt this was urgent enough to risk the exposure. The trial, Pettigrew's arrest, someone connected to Voldemort's network is worried about you. Because of the Lordships, Harry said. Because of the Slytherin line specifically, I'd guess. If you're the legitimate heir of Slytherin, you have a claim on resources and loyalties that Voldemort has been building a mythology around for 30 years. She paused. His identity is partly built on that claim. Harry thought about this. He'd been thinking about it, actually, since the audit, what it meant to hold the Slytherin line legitimately, and what that meant for Tom Riddle, who had claimed that heritage through the maternal Gaunt line but had never, as far as Gringotts records showed, undergone a formal inheritance audit. Which meant his claim had never been legally established. Which meant, his claim to the Slytherin resources isn't documented, Harry said. No. So the vaults, the properties, the chamber, are yours. Legally, completely, without challenge. Shafiq looked at him. I suspect he knows that. Harry nodded slowly. Set up the Avery interview. I'd like to be informed of the results. I'll see what I can arrange. She stood. In the meantime, please don't go anywhere without telling someone where you are. I'm not saying hide. I'm saying be findable. I can do that, Harry said. After she left he sat for a while in the quiet of the Leaky Cauldron's common room, which was empty at this hour except for Tom moving bottles behind the bar and a witch in the corner reading what appeared to be a very exciting novel based on the rate at which she was turning pages. He thought about Voldemort. He'd been thinking around him rather than at him all week, there had been so many more immediate things to address. But Pettigrew's arrest would reach whoever Voldemort currently was, in whatever diminished form he existed. The Slytherin heir question would reach him. The 50 lordships and the 23 Wisengamot seats and the Hogwarts charter claim would all reach him, if they hadn't already. Harry pressed 2 fingers against the scar on his forehead. It was faintly warm. It had been faintly warm since Monday, since the killing curse attempt, which might be coincidence and might not. He needed to understand what the scar was. Ragnarok had flagged it in the audit, mentioned it briefly, said the bloodline magic had detected something additional in his signature, something that wasn't his own and wasn't entirely separate from him either. They'd agreed to examine it after the Wisengamot and the trial. Those were done. It was time. He wrote to Ragnar that evening, "When can we look at the scar?" The reply came back before he'd finished his tea, Monday morning. "We've been ready." He went to bed. Outside, London was doing what London did on Sunday evenings, gradually quieting, lights going on in windows, the occasional bus rattling past on streets that didn't know they were separated from a world of magic by a simple choice of door. He thought about 50 lordships settling into him like rivers into the sea. He thought about Sirius eating 4 portions of eggs. He thought about McGonagall describing his mother the way you describe someone you loved, which is the only way the dead stay alive, in the specific memories of the people who refuse to let them be general. He thought about the warm scar and what Ragnar might find in it. He thought that whatever it was, he'd rather know. He slept, and outside the window, London kept its lights on in the dark the way cities always do, because darkness is fine as long as you're not alone in it. Chapter 5. The conversation Monday morning arrived grey and close, the kind of London weather that feels like the sky is thinking about something and hasn't decided yet. Harry was at Gringotts by 8. Ragnar met him in the lobby and took him not to the conference room or the audit chamber but somewhere new, deeper in the bank than Harry had been before, down a corridor that felt older than the ones above it, where the stone was rougher and the light came from crystals set into the walls rather than torches. The air had a quality to it, cool and still, like the inside of something that had been sealed for a long time and was very comfortable with that. The room they arrived in was small and round and contained nothing except a single stone plinth in the center, waist high, and 2 goblins Harry hadn't seen before. They were older than the ones who worked the counters, considerably older, with the dense, compressed look of Ragnar's age but more so, as if they'd been absorbing experience for so long it had changed the composition of their bones. "Cursebreakers," Ragnar said, by way of introduction. "The finest in our employ. What is in your scar is not a standard magical construct, Lord Potter. We needed the best." "What do you think it is?" Harry asked. "We have a theory," Ragnar said. "We would prefer to confirm before naming it." "Sit on the plinth." Harry sat on the plinth. It was cold. He said so. Ragnar told him it was meant to be. The 2 cursebreakers moved to opposite sides of the plinth and began a diagnostic process that felt nothing like the inheritance audit. The audit had felt like water finding its level, natural, directed by its own logic. This felt more like surgery, precise and deliberate, careful in the way that careful things are careful because the alternative is catastrophic. They spoke to each other in gobbledygook throughout, low and rapid, and Ragnar stood to the side and translated the substance in real time. "The scar's surface layer is residual killing curse energy," he said. "Standard scarring from that type of curse, we see it occasionally, though survival is rare enough that the sample size is small." A pause while the cursebreakers exchanged something rapid. "Below that is something else. Something that arrived with the curse but is not the curse itself." "How far below?" "Deep. It's woven into the underlying magical core." Ragnar's voice was even. "The structure of it is," he said something to the cursebreakers. They replied. "The structure is consistent with what our records describe as a soul fragment." Harry sat with that. "A piece of someone's soul," he said. "Yes." "In my scar." "Yes." "Voldemort's." Ragnar looked at him. "You arrived at that quickly." The killing curse rebounded. Something of him came back with it and got stuck. Harry pressed his fingers to the scar automatically. "That's why it's been warm. It's been warm since the audit, since the magic started coming back to me." "Is it?" He stopped. Started the question more carefully. "Is it connected to him? Right now? Can he feel me through it?" "That is the correct question," Ragnar said, and there was something in the old goblin's tone that made Harry pay very close attention. "And the answer is, yes. But the connection runs both ways." Harry looked at his hands. The rings were still. The magic under his skin, which had been settling all week into something he was beginning to understand as normal, was also still. It was the stillness of something paying attention. "Can you remove it?" he asked. "Yes," Ragnarok said. "But not carelessly. A soul fragment that has been embedded in a living host for 10 years has roots. The removal has to be done correctly or the damage extends beyond the fragment." He paused. "There is a method. It requires preparation, and it requires you to be conscious and cooperative throughout. It is not painless." "When can we do it?" 2 days. We need to prepare the space and the instruments." A beat. "Lord Potter, I want to be clear about the consequence of successful removal. Currently, the fragment in your scar gives Voldemort a window into you. It also, inadvertently, gives you a window into him. That window closes when the fragment is removed." "He loses his line to me," Harry said. "And you lose yours to him." Ragnarok looked at him steadily. "I thought you should know that before we proceed. Some people find that information strategically significant." Harry thought about the scar's warmth. About the way it had prickled this week in ways that he'd been reading as informational. He'd known, on some level, that the connection went both ways, had felt it in the same way he'd felt the killing curse coming on the Diagon Alley rooftop. Not seeing exactly, but sensing, the shape of something on the other side. "Before we remove it," Harry said slowly, "I want to try something." Ragnarok waited. "If the connection is open right now, both ways, I want to use it. Deliberately. I want to speak to him." The room was very quiet. The 2 cursebreakers had stopped moving. Ragnarok looked at Harry with an expression that was not alarmed. Goblins, Harry had come to understand, had a high threshold for alarm, but was very precisely attentive. "That is," Ragnarok said carefully, "not what I expected you to say. No one has ever spoken to him directly. Not as equals. Not in a context where both parties know what's happening." Harry looked at the crystals in the wall, burning their steady cold light. "He's been a symbol for 10 years. The Dark Lord. The one who must not be named. No one knows what he actually, what he wants, what he thinks, what he'd do in a world where the mythology broke down." He looked back at Ragnarok. "I'd like to know." "He tried to kill you last week," Ragnarok said. "Possibly. Possibly. The Avery connection suggests it. But I don't actually know that for certain." Harry paused. "And even if he did, a killing curse through a hired operative is a very different statement than direct communication. You believe he'll communicate rather than simply try to possess or harm you through the connection." "I believe he'll be curious," Harry said. "He's Tom Riddle. He's spent 50 years being the most magically powerful person in any room. He's never met anyone who held all 4 founder lines. He met Ragnarok's eyes. I think he'll talk. And I think anything he says is more useful than anything I can guess." Another long silence. Then Ragnarok said, "The Cursebreakers will monitor the connection throughout. If Riddle attempts to extend his presence beyond the scar's boundary, they will terminate the contact immediately." He looked at Harry. "You have 60 minutes before the physical strain becomes significant. I will be in the room." "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me," Ragnarok said. "Thank me if this works." The Cursebreakers positioned themselves again. They spoke to Ragnarok at length, and Ragnarok translated. They were going to thin the scar's surface layer temporarily, not remove it, just reduce the interference that normally muted the connection. Like adjusting the tuning on something that had always been receiving a signal but doing it through static. Harry focused on the scar. He'd never done this deliberately before, had occasionally noticed the prickling, the warmth, the vague sense of a presence on the other side of it, but had always moved his attention away from it, instinctively, the way you move away from something that feels wrong. Now he moved toward it. The static shifted. Thinned. And on the other side of it, something noticed. It was not a voice exactly, not at first. It was more like an orientation, something vast and cold and intensely aware turning its attention toward him the way a lens turns toward light. Harry had expected fear, or something like it. What he felt instead was the same stillness he'd felt when the Slytherin ring settled onto his hand, that deep ancestral quiet. He pushed a thought through the connection. Deliberately, clearly, the way you speak to someone in a noisy room, I know you're there. I thought we should talk. The quality of the attention on the other side changed. Sharpened. Then a voice came through. Not heard, felt, deep in the back of his skull where thoughts lived before they became words. Cold and precise and carrying the particular inflection of someone who has been isolated for a very long time and is very careful not to show what that costs. The boy, it said. You're considerably more than I was told. You were told I was a child who lived with muggles, Harry replied. That was accurate 10 days ago. 53 lines. Not a question. An inventory. I felt the audit. Each acceptance was distinct. You carry Slytherin's blood. Legitimately, Harry said. Which you know means the vaults and the properties and the chamber are mine. Not yours. They were never formally yours. A pause. Long enough to mean something. An interesting opening. You're not afraid. Why would I be? I killed your parents. You tried to kill me and failed, Harry said. Those are different statements. One is a tragedy. The other is information about the limits of your power. The cold attention shifted slightly, a microscopic change in its quality that Harry read as surprise. He filed it. What do you want from this conversation? Riddle's voice, careful now, feeling the edges of the exchange. The same thing you do, probably, Harry said. To understand what I'm actually dealing with. He paused. You've been a myth for 10 years. I'd rather have accurate information. And what would you do with accurate information? Make better decisions. Harry kept his focus steady, aware of Ragnarok at the edge of his peripheral vision, aware of the Cursebreakers monitoring. What do you actually want? Not the mythology. Not the blood purity performance. What does Tom Riddle actually want? The silence that followed was different from the previous pauses. It was the silence of something that hadn't been asked this question, possibly ever, by someone it considered worth answering. Continuation, Riddle said finally. I want to not end. I want, another pause, longer, I want to be the kind of thing that cannot be ended. Immortality. That word is too small for it. It's the word, Harry said. And you've been pursuing it by tearing yourself apart. Do you know what you are right now? What you're reduced to? I know exactly what I am. The cold voice had an edge to it now, like metal contracting in the cold. I am reduced. I know this. And I know that what reduced me was a child and a sacrifice and a piece of magic I did not fully understand. A beat. I understand it now. What do you understand? That the magic which saved you was love, Riddle said, and the word came out with a kind of clinical precision, stripped of sentiment, examined from the outside like a specimen. Not love as a weakness. Love as a specific magical force that my curse could not penetrate because it is structurally different from anything I had constructed a defense against. It is, a pause, an embarrassing oversight, in retrospect. Harry sat with this. The honesty of it was surprising, or not honesty exactly, but accuracy. Tom Riddle wasn't confessing to him, he was explaining himself, which was a different thing and was, in its own way, more revealing. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Because you asked, Riddle said. And because you're the only person I've spoken to in 10 years who hasn't either worshipped me or run from me. And because, another pause, the longest yet, you carry Slytherin's blood, which means there are matters of inheritance that actually require acknowledgement. The chamber, Harry said. The chamber. The library. The institutional weight of the line. A beat. I claimed the Slytherin legacy without going through the proper channels. I claimed it through lineage but never through Gringotts, never through formal documentation. I built my identity around it. The voice was flat and precise. And you walked into a bank 10 days ago and made the legitimate claim in 3 hours, and now it is simply and irrevocably yours. How does that feel? The silence this time was very long. Harry could feel the cursebreakers shifting, watchful. He kept his focus. It feels, Riddle said slowly, like being told that the foundation you built on was sand and that someone has now put the actual stone where your sand was. The voice had something in it now that was hard to name, not quite anger, not quite grief, something more precise than either. I was the heir of Slytherin. That was the story I told. It was the story that gathered followers and inspired fear and gave meaning to everything I did. A beat. And it was only partially true. The gaunt line is real, Harry said. You carry it. I carry it. But the gaunt line is a cadet branch. A secondary inheritance. The primary line, the direct, unbroken, Gringotts verified line, ends in you. The cold voice, precisely. I know how inheritance magic works, Lord Potter. I was rather obsessed with it for several decades. Then you know that fighting me directly, now, is different from what you imagined 10 years ago. Significantly different, yes. Harry leaned forward slightly, aware of the physical space, aware of the plinth under him. So where does that leave us? Us. The word came out with something that might, in a less controlled voice, have been a dark laugh. There is no us. There is you, holding more legitimate power than any wizard in recorded history, and there is me, reduced to a shade attached to the back of someone's head in Albania. A pause. Which is, I will acknowledge, a significant asymmetry. Albania, Harry said. The silence that followed had a different quality from all the others. Harry felt the cold attention reassess him. You got that from me, Riddle said. You pulled it. You said it. I said it and you extracted the location from the context. A beat that felt, somehow, like respect with all the warmth removed from it. That is, yes. That is Slytherin's blood, I suppose. I'm not going to send Aurors to Albania, Harry said. Not because I'm being generous. Because you're not the primary threat right now. You're a shade attached to a stranger in a foreign country. You can't do significant damage from there. He paused. What worries me more is your network. The people who are still active. Who sent someone to kill me in Diagon Alley? I did not order that, Riddle said. Harry waited. Avery acts on his own initiative in what he believes to be my interests, Riddle said. He is not, I would not have chosen a public killing curse. It is crude and it draws attention and it failed. A pause. I was aware you had survived it. I felt the impact of the magic on the scar fragment. You felt it. Yes. A beat. I was not displeased that it failed. If Avery had succeeded in killing you, the magic you now carry, the 53 lines, would disperse. Some of it would return to Gringotts. Some would seek new heirs. None of it would come to me. The voice was dry. Killing you is strategically poor unless I can find a way to absorb what you carry first. Which I cannot, in my current state. So you don't want me dead? Not presently. No. Harry absorbed this. What do you want? Specifically. Right now. A body, Riddle said simply. It is the most pressing problem. Everything else, the lordships, the Wisengamot, the political balance you've disrupted, is secondary until I have a body. A pause. I am aware of the Philosopher's Stone. I have been, exploring that avenue. Quirrell, Harry said. He'd read about Nicholas Flamel in the third-floor corridor discussion notes he'd found in the Hogwarts archive, the restricted section reference in an out-of-date copy of Magical Hierarchy that mentioned the stone was kept at Hogwarts for safekeeping. He'd flagged it to Dumbledore's St. Mungo's letter as something to discuss and hadn't had the conversation yet. Quirinus Quirrell. Defense teacher. You're on the back of his head. A pause. You have been doing significant research. I own the school, Harry said. I have access to a great deal of documentation. The stone, Riddle said, with the careful precision of someone deciding what to say. Yes. Quirrell came to me willing. He sought me out. He was ambitious and weak and looking for someone to follow. I am, currently, the option for people like that. And the stone is in Hogwarts. In a vault below the school. Yes. Harry thought about this. About what it meant for the stone to be there, about Quirrell teaching at the school in September, about the chamber and the basilisk and the castle that had been talking to him like an old friend. If I move the stone, Harry said, what happens to your plan? It becomes significantly more difficult, Riddle said. I would need to find another path. Which exist. They are slower. How long slower? Years. Perhaps more. And in years, what changes? A long pause. You consolidate. The political situation settles. The world adjusts to what you've done. The voice was even. In years, you become something I cannot easily dismantle. I already am, Harry said. The 30 lordships alone make me politically untouchable in Britain. The founder lines mean the most powerful magical fortress in the country answers to me. You need to be honest with yourself about the math. Another silence. The longest of the conversation. You are, Riddle said finally, a genuinely unexpected development. Good, Harry said. I don't mean it as a compliment. I know, Harry said. But I'll take it as one. A pause. Then something came through the connection that was not words, just a quality of attention, a kind of assessment, and underneath it, buried so deep it was almost not there, something that Harry identified only because he'd been listening very carefully, curiosity. Real curiosity. The kind that Tom Riddle had probably started with, at 11 years old in an orphanage, before he'd built something cold and enormous on top of it. What do you intend to do? Riddle asked. About you specifically? Harry thought about it. Move the stone. Handle Quirrell, humanely if possible, I'd rather help him than punish him. Work on rebuilding the things that were broken while everyone was busy watching you and Dumbledore perform at each other. He paused. And eventually, yes, deal with the Horcruxes. I know what they are. I know you made them. The cold attention went very still. How? Riddle said. It was not quite a question. Slytherin's library, Harry said. 1,000-year-old texts. Soul magic, the theory of anchoring, the historical arguments against it. He paused. It's all in there. In the chamber. In my chamber. Silence. Complete, total, the silence of something recalculating. You've been in the chamber, Riddle said. I spoke to the basilisk, Harry said. She says hello, actually. She seemed more interested in sunlight than in you. The silence stretched. You are, Riddle said slowly, nothing like what I expected. What did you expect? A child. Sheltered, ignorant, emotionally compromised by his circumstances. Something easy to shape or destroy or both. I was sheltered and ignorant 10 days ago, Harry said. Things move fast when you have the right information. Evidently. A beat. The Horcruxes. Yes. You intend to destroy them. Yes. Harry kept his tone even, not aggressive, not apologetic. Just certain. Not because I want you gone. Because you made yourself into something that can't grow or change or be anything other than what it is. That's not immortality. That's taxidermy. He paused. What you are right now isn't what you were at 11. It isn't even what you were at 40. It's the end product of 50 years of decisions that each took something away, and I think, somewhere in the back of what's left of you, you know that. The silence on the other side of the scar had a texture to it now that Harry couldn't name. It wasn't anger. It wasn't capitulation. It was something more complex and harder to hold, the silence of something very old looking at itself in a mirror that doesn't lie. "You're going to tell me I had a choice," Riddle said. "You had many choices," Harry said. "You still have some." "Not many." "No. Not many." Harry paused. "But the ones you have are real." Another long, complex silence. "The diary," Riddle said finally. "It is in Lucius Malfoy's possession. That particular fragment is volatile. More aware than the others. It needs to be handled carefully." Harry went very still. "You're telling me where one of the Horcruxes is?" "I'm telling you where the dangerous one is," Riddle said. "If Malfoy uses it, if it gets into the wrong hands, the fragment has enough of my intent in it to cause significant damage. To a school, particularly." A pause that carried something Harry interpreted as, astonishingly, something like a boundary being drawn. "I don't want children destroyed. I was never, the collateral damage was never the point." "I believe you," Harry said. And he did, which surprised him. Not that it absolved anything, not that it balanced any ledger. But he believed it. "The ring," Riddle said. "The Gaunt family ring. It's in the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. That one carries a curse I put on it myself and then, added to, inadvertently. Don't touch the stone in it bare-handed." A pause. "The others you'll find in time. I'm not going to give you everything. I didn't expect you to." "No. I imagine not." A beat. "You're going to win, aren't you? In the eventual sense." Harry thought about 53 lines of magic settling into him like rivers. About Sirius eating eggs in the 3 broomsticks. About a castle that opened its doors before he touched them. About Ragnarok shaking his hand. "I'm going to build something," Harry said. "Win implies there's a contest. I'm not interested in a contest. I'm interested in building something that works." "That is," Riddle said, and the cold voice had something in it now that Harry had no category for, something that existed in the space where regret would live in a person who still had easy access to it, a very Slytherin answer. "You'd know," Harry said. The connection began to thin, the curse breakers signaling in gobbledygook that they were pulling back the thinning they'd created, re-establishing the scar's surface layer. The cold attention on the other side of the connection began to recede, not all at once but the way a tide recedes, gradually, until there was just the warmth again, the baseline prickle. At the very end, just before the connection sealed back to its normal static, one more thought came through. Not cold this time. Not precise. Just a thought, bare and simple and genuinely without agenda. "Tell the basilisk I'm sorry I left her there so long." Then it was gone. The warmth in the scar settled back to its usual background hum. Harry sat on the cold plinth in the round room and breathed and became fully present in his body again, all at once, the way you become present after focusing on something very distant for a very long time. Ragnarok was looking at him. "Well," the director said. "That was not 60 minutes. Harry checked, 23 minutes. "It was enough," he said. He swung his legs off the plinth and stood up. His legs were slightly unsteady, which he acknowledged and then ignored. "I need a piece of parchment." Ragnarok produced one without comment. Harry wrote quickly, 2 locations, 2 objects, specific notes about the dangerous properties of each. "The diary is with Lucius Malfoy," he said, writing. "He needs to be contacted today. I'm going to write to Narcissa, she'll know how to handle him without it becoming a confrontation." He handed Ragnarok the parchment. "The ring is in the Gaunt shack. That one needs Shafik and a curse-breaker team. The curse on it is layered and at least partially Riddle's own work, which means it's going to be sophisticated." Ragnarok looked at the parchment. Then at Harry. "He told you where they were?" "2 of them. Yes. Why? Harry thought about the question carefully. About the diary and what Riddle had said, if it gets into the wrong hands, the fragment has enough of my intent to cause significant damage. To a school, particularly. About a man who had made himself monstrous in pieces, each decision closing a door, and who had somewhere in the residue of what he'd been retained one bright specific limit. Because he didn't want children hurt, Harry said. Not for my sake. But he meant it. He looked at Ragnarok. Schedule the scar removal for Wednesday. 2 days is enough preparation. You're still going ahead with the removal. The conversation is done. The window gave me what I needed. Harry put on his jacket and picked up his document case. I'd rather not carry a piece of someone else's soul around for the rest of my life. Ragnarok looked at the parchment. Then at Harry. Then, the Horcrux magic. You knew about it before today. I found the theory in the Slytherin library texts last week. Soul anchoring, the historical arguments against it describe the method in enough detail to understand the what, even if not the where. Harry paused. I had the theory. Today I got 2 locations. That's 2 fewer anchors holding him together. And the conversation itself? Harry thought about it. About the cold voice and the careful pauses and the way it had moved from assessment to something more complex over 23 minutes. About the last moment, tell the basilisk I'm sorry. It was useful, he said. More than I expected. He looked at the crystals in the wall. He's not what the mythology says. He's worse in some ways and more comprehensible in others. 50 years ago he was very gifted and very damaged, and he made decisions that compounded each other until the gift and the damage were all that was left. He picked up his case. Understanding him isn't sympathy. It's just better information. And the better information tells you that he'll try to restore himself. That the stone is the fastest path. That Quirrell is the current method. Harry walked to the door. I need to get back upstairs. I have 3 letters to write and I want them sent before noon. The 3 letters went out at 10:30. The first was to Narcissa Malfoy, short and specific. There is a diary in your husband's possession that needs to be in Gringotts' custody by the end of the week. It is dangerous and he should not under any circumstances attempt to use it. I know you know how to have this conversation with him. Please do. He included a precise description of the diary and what it contained. He trusted her to handle Lucius. He trusted her because she'd said she would, and so far everything she'd said she would do had been done exactly as promised. The second was to Amelia Bones. I need a Cursebreaker team to accompany a DMLE unit to a specific location in Little Hangleton. There is an object there that needs to be retrieved and neutralized. I have location details and specific hazard information. Please treat this as urgent. He attached Ragnarok's parchment with the ring description and the curse layers. The third letter was to Professor Quirrell. This one took 4 drafts. The problem was delicacy. He couldn't write I know you have Voldemort living on the back of your head without tipping whatever was left of Quirrell's autonomous decision-making into panic, and a panicked Quirrell was a dangerous Quirrell. He needed to reach the actual person, the man who had apparently been ambitious and frightened enough to seek out Voldemort in the first place, which meant he needed to reach whatever had driven that ambition and address it directly. The final version was, Professor Quirrell, I understand you've been carrying something that isn't yours for some time. I'm not writing this as an accusation, I'm writing it as an offer. I own Hogwarts. That means I have significant discretion regarding what happens on its grounds and within its walls. It also means that any arrangements made prior to the school year beginning are within my authority to revisit. I would like to meet with you before September. Privately, without any Aurors involved, without the matter becoming official until you've had a chance to decide what you want. You are not Voldemort. You made a choice that felt necessary and has become a trap. Traps can be opened from the outside. I am offering to open it, if you're willing to meet me. Harry Potter. He read it twice, sealed it, and sent it. Then he went to find Sirius, because there were things he needed to say before Wednesday and he'd been putting them off. Sirius was in the Grimmauld Place library, which he'd apparently discovered on Saturday and had been using as a base ever since. He'd opened every window, for tall ones that faced the small walled garden, and the afternoon light was coming in at an angle that caught the dust from the shelves and made it look like something intentional, like the light had been waiting for someone to open those windows. He looked up when Harry came in. Something in his face shifted into the attentive, still quality Harry had learned to recognize as Sirius paying full attention. "Sit down," Harry said. "I have things to tell you." He sat. Harry sat across from him and told him everything, the scar, the conversation, the 2 Horcrux locations, Quirrell, what Riddle had said about the attack and Avery. He told it the way Ragnarok had taught him without meaning to, in clean rows, and he watched Sirius process it. Sirius was very quiet through most of it. When Harry mentioned Riddle claiming he hadn't ordered the Diagon Alley attempt, Sirius's jaw tightened. When Harry described the conversation's end, "Tell the basilisk I'm sorry," something crossed Sirius's face that was hard to read. When Harry finished, Sirius said, "You spoke to Voldemort." "Yes." "For 23 minutes." "Yes." "And he gave you 2 Horcrux locations." "Yes." Sirius put both hands flat on the table in front of him, the way Harry had seen Ragnarok do when he was thinking. "Harry," he said. "I need you to understand that what you just did is something that most of the wizarding world, most of it, would consider either heroic or insane depending on which end of it they were standing." "Which end are you on?" Sirius looked at him. Then he said, "Both." "Simultaneously." "A beat. It was brilliant and it was 17 kinds of dangerous and you were right to do it and I'm going to spend the next 10 years having heart attacks about it, so I'd appreciate it if you warned me next time." "There might not be a next time," Harry said. "We're removing the scar fragment on Wednesday." "Good." Sirius exhaled. "Good. That's good." He sat back. "The diary is Malfoy's problem. Narcissa will handle it. The ring, Bones will send a team." He was thinking out loud, which Harry had noticed was how Sirius processed, externally, rapidly, following the chain. Quirrell is the immediate concern. If he's currently at Hogwarts, walking around with Voldemort on his head, he's in Albania for the summer. He and Riddle are in Albania. Harry paused. "Riddle told me that too, in the first 30 seconds. I think he does it unconsciously, he's been isolated for so long that conversation pulls things out of him he isn't entirely tracking." "He told you he was in Albania?" "Yes." Sirius stared at him. "And you used that word?" "Unconsciously." "He's Tom Riddle," Harry said. "He's not a monster, he's a man who made choices that turned him into something monstrous. The distinction matters because one of those you can have a conversation with." Sirius looked at him for a very long time with an expression Harry couldn't entirely parse, something between pride and something rawer than pride, something that looked like love trying to find the edges of itself. "James would have," he started. "I know," Harry said. "You always say that. Because it's always true." Sirius rubbed a hand over his face. "He'd have done the same thing and he'd have been extremely smug about it and Lily would have been furious and terrified and furious again and eventually she'd have admitted it worked." A pause. "She'd have been proud of you." Harry looked at the library shelves. The old books, the light through the windows, the dust moving in the afternoon. "Tell me something else about her," he said. "Something specific. Something that happened." Sirius thought for a moment. Then, 3rd year. Winter. She found out that James had a photo of her from Hogsmeade, someone had taken it without her noticing and she looked, in her opinion, terrible. She was furious about it for 3 days. Wouldn't speak to him. And then on the 4th day she marched up to him in the Great Hall and put a photo of him on the table, equally terrible, he was mid-sneeze, she'd charmed a camera specifically to catch him, and said there, "Now we're even." And walked away. Sirius grinned. They were insufferable together from that point on. They were each other's match in everything. Which was the point? Harry smiled. He held the image of it, two people in a great hall, a sneeze, an impossible photograph, and felt his parents become a little more real in the way that specific stories always make the dead more real. Okay, he said. Wednesday, scar removal. Thursday, I have a response from Quirrell, hopefully. Friday, Bones's team to Little Hangleton. He looked at Sirius. And somewhere in there, we need to deal with the Philosopher's Stone. It's in Hogwarts. I need to move it. You could just put it somewhere Voldemort can't reach it. I'm going to give it back to Flamel, Harry said. It's his. He paused. He's over 600 years old. He's had the stone his whole life. Taking it away because someone wants it seems, he thought about it. It seems like the wrong way to protect a person. Sirius looked at him. That's a very mature position. Flamel's 600. He's earned the consultation. Harry stood. I'll write to him this afternoon. And Dumbledore? Sirius asked. He had the stone in the school specifically to draw Voldemort out. The whole protection scheme, I know. I'm going to talk to him again. Harry picked up his case. He needs to know what I found in the scar. He needs to know about the Horcruxes. Whatever he's done, he's spent 60 years fighting Voldemort and that knowledge is real and it's useful. He paused. He's not my enemy. He's just a cautionary tale I'm not finished learning from. Sirius made the sound again, the almost laugh into a surface. Remus is right. You sound like your mother. Is that still a bad thing? It was never a bad thing, Sirius said. It just takes some adjusting to. Coming from a face that looks exactly like James. Harry went to the door, then stopped. Sirius, he said. I'm glad you're out. Sirius looked at him across the library, in the late afternoon light coming through the windows he'd opened. Yeah, he said. The word was simple and complete. Me too. Wednesday arrived with clear sky and a cold that felt seasonal despite the July calendar. Harry arrived at Gringotts early and went through the preparation that the curse breakers required, a diagnostic, a documentation session, and a process they called anchoring, in which they established a secure copy of his baseline magical signature so that the removal process could verify, at each stage, that it was only the foreign fragment being addressed and not his own core. The removal itself took 90 minutes. It was not painless, as Ragnarok had said. It was the kind of pain that is less a sensation and more an event, something happening at a level too deep to be properly felt but impossible to be unaware of. He kept his eyes open throughout, focused on the crystals in the wall, and breathed steadily, which was the only contribution he could make. At the end of it, the curse breakers spoke to Ragnarok, and Ragnarok spoke to Harry. Done, he said. The fragment is contained. It will be disposed of. Harry pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. The scar was still there, always would be. But the warmth was gone. The background hum was gone. For the first time in his entire life, that space in his head was simply quiet. How do you feel? Ragnarok asked. Harry took a full inventory. The 53 lines of magic, steady and present. The rings on his hands, warm and certain. The awareness of the room's wards, the deep-down sense of his own magical core, strong and settled and entirely his. Lighter, he said. I feel lighter. Ragnarok nodded. There is one additional matter. He produced a small sealed case from somewhere in his robes. The fragment, before containment, experienced a moment of awareness. It left an impression on the containment medium. Not a message. More like a signature. He held out the case. It is for you to decide what to do with it. Harry took the case. It was small, lighter than it looked. He didn't open it. I'll keep it, he said. For the historical record. He put it in his document case, beside the document from Dumbledore and the letters from Sirius and the pages of Marchbanksfern's legal arguments and everything else that was accumulating in the archive of this strange, fast, world-changing month. He walked out of Gringotts into the July morning, and the sky was clear, and the scar on his forehead was simply a scar, and the world he walked into was his. Not to control. Not to own, exactly. Just his, in the sense that it was the world he was responsible for, the one he would spend the next 7 years or 70 years working on, the one where people he loved were building lives that should have been happening all along. He bought a pasty from the cart at the end of Diagon Alley, the same cart as the first day, the same vendor who nodded at him now with the familiar nod of a regular, and ate it walking, in the sunshine, with nowhere particular to be for the next 2 hours. It was the best 2 hours he'd had in a life that was beginning, at last, to have good hours in it. Chapter 6, Lords of the Living. August arrived the way August does in Britain, tentatively, with sunshine that kept apologizing for itself and warmth that came and went like a guest unsure of the invitation. Harry spent the first week of it in motion. Quirrell had replied to his letter. The reply came Thursday morning, 2 days after the scar removal, written in handwriting that was unsteady in a way that suggested either the writer's nerves or the writer's condition, and possibly both. It was short. I would like to meet. I don't know how much time I have to make decisions. It changes day by day. There are mornings when I am entirely myself and mornings when I am, less so. I would like to use one of the good mornings. I can be in London on Saturday. I would rather it not be the ministry. Harry wrote back, the leaky cauldron. Saturday. 9 a.m. Bring no one. I'll do the same. He told Sirius, who wanted to come. Harry said no. Sirius argued, not aggressively but thoroughly, covering several angles including personal safety, legal exposure, and the general principle that 11-year-olds should not have solo meetings with people who were partially possessed by Dark Lords. Harry listened to all of it and said, he needs to trust that it's private. If he walks in and sees you, he'll feel like it was a trap and he'll close. He paused. I'll have Ragnarok monitoring through the security network. If anything goes wrong, Gringotts is 3 minutes from the leaky cauldron. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. 3 minutes is a long time. I have 53 lines of magic, Sirius. A pause. Right, Sirius said. Right, you do. Another pause. I'm going to be in the leaky cauldron common room. At a corner table. Reading a newspaper. You've been free for 2 weeks. Everyone knows your face. I'll wear a hat. Harry looked at him. Sirius looked back with the expression of someone who has made a decision and is not revisiting it. Fine, Harry said. Wear the hat. Saturday morning. The leaky cauldron at 9 was quieter than its afternoon self, the breakfast crowd thinning as Harry came downstairs. Tom had put him in the small back room, a booth, really, partitioned from the main space by old wood and older privacy charms, without being asked, which suggested Tom had excellent instincts for when a conversation needed walls around it. Quirrell arrived at 6 minutes past 9. He was not what Harry had assembled in his head from the various descriptions and ministry records. Harry had expected something that showed the occupation, something hollowed out or visibly wrong. What walked into the leaky cauldron was a slight, pale man in his mid-30s who moved carefully, with the precise economy of someone managing something they couldn't fully predict. His eyes were brown and they were, in this moment, entirely his own. Whatever else was happening on the back of his head was quiet this morning. He sat down across from Harry. He looked at Harry for a long moment and then said, "You're 11. Yes. The letter sounded older. I've been told that. Harry pushed a cup of tea across the table. How are you feeling today? The question landed carefully, the way he'd intended it to, not clinically but actually, a real question about a real morning. Quirrell wrapped both hands around the cup. Clearer than yesterday, he said. Yesterday was difficult. He looked at the table. He knows I'm here. He doesn't know why. I told him I was seeking information about the stone. His voice was very low. I have some control over what I share with him, on good days. Less on bad ones. Okay, Harry said. Then let's use the good day. He leaned forward slightly. Tell me how it started. How you found him. Quirrell looked at him. He seemed to be deciding whether honesty was safe. Harry waited, and let him decide, and didn't make the silence feel like pressure. I went looking, Quirrell said finally. I was 31. I'd been teaching for 4 years and I wanted to be more than I was. I'd read about him, about what he'd done, about the power he'd had, and I thought, he stopped. I thought if I found him, I could learn from him. Study him. Understand how someone becomes that. A pause. It was arrogant and it was stupid, and I was also right that I could learn from him, which was the worst part. I did learn. And then the learning became something else. A dependency, Harry said. A possession, Quirrell said flatly. Let's not pretty it up. I went looking for a teacher and I found something that moved in. He looked at Harry steadily. I didn't expect him to be able to do what he did. I didn't understand the Horcrux, I didn't know what that was, what it meant, that you could anchor a piece of yourself in the world so completely that even destruction didn't. He stopped again. He found me before I found him, I think. He'd been waiting for someone to come looking. Someone ambitious and naive enough to think they were in control of the encounter. How long until you realized you weren't? 3 months. By then the connection was established. He was in me and he needed me. Without a body he needs a host to do anything in the physical world. Quirrell's hands tightened around his cup. I've spent 4 years trying to find a way out. The Wolfsbane, I researched it, I thought soul magic and body chemistry might intersect, I thought, he shook his head. Nothing I found was sufficient. I have something, Harry said. Quirrell looked up. There's a ritual, Harry said. He'd found it in the Slytherin library during his castle visit, not a pleasant discovery, not a simple one, buried in a section on forced magical separations that had clearly been written by someone who had encountered the problem before. It's not Wolfsbane. It's a specific unbinding, it works on parasitic magical presences that have established themselves in a host without a formal invitation ritual. He paused. I've had Ragnarok's Cursebreakers review it. They say it's viable. Quirrell stared at him. You found a way to remove him. I found a procedure. Whether it works depends on several factors, the strength of the connection, how much of his anchoring is in you specifically versus the Horcruxes. He watched Quirrell's face. You know about those. A long pause. I know what he is, Quirrell said quietly. He told me. In a moment I think he was proud. I think he wanted me to understand what I was dealing with. What I was hosting. His voice was dry. It had the intended effect. 2 of the Horcruxes are already being addressed, Harry said. A diary and a ring. As each one is destroyed, his grip on the physical world weakens. Including his grip on you. He held Quirrell's eyes. If we do the unbinding when the count is lower, it's more likely to succeed. If we wait until more are destroyed, your good days will get longer. Quirrell absorbed this. What do you need from me? Your cooperation in the unbinding when we're ready. And before that, I need the stone to be moved. I'm giving it back to Flamel. Which means Voldemort's reason for you being at Hogwarts is gone. He'll push harder when the stone is moved, Quirrell said. When he realizes the avenue is closed. The bad days will be worse. I know. How long can you hold on? A pause that was neither quick nor easy. Long enough, Quirrell said. If I know there's an end. He looked at Harry with something that was tired and complicated and underneath it all, completely determined. I've been waiting 4 years for an end. I can wait a little longer. Harry nodded. I'll send updates through a Gringotts communication channel. They can set up something Riddle can't intercept because it'll use your own baseline signature as a key. You'll know how it's progressing. And the school year? Dumbledore expects me to. Dumbledore isn't making staffing decisions right now, Harry said. I'm giving Hogwarts a defense teacher. Remus Lupin starts September 1st. He paused. You don't have to go back to the school. I'll arrange something else. You need somewhere safe to wait this out, not a school full of children. Quirrell looked at him. He'd gone very still. You're not, he seemed to be searching for the right word. You're not what I would have done. What do you mean? If our positions were reversed. If I'd had what you have at 11, he shook his head slightly. I would have been magnificent and I would have made every mistake that comes from being magnificent. He looked at Harry with something approaching clarity. You're not doing that. I'm doing what works, Harry said simply. Yes, Quirrell said. That's the difference. They sat in the small back room of the Leaky Cauldron for another 20 minutes, working out specifics. Quirrell agreed to leave for the continent, not Albania, somewhere else, somewhere he chose, with a Gringotts safe account and a communication channel and a contact number for when the good days were good enough for the unbinding. He agreed to tell Riddle nothing about the conversation. He seemed, for the first time in 4 years, like someone who had a plan. When he left, Harry sat alone for a moment. Then he went out into the common room. Sirius was at a corner table with a newspaper and a terrible hat and had somehow convinced Tom to bring him a full English breakfast. He looked up when Harry appeared. Well? He's going to cooperate, Harry said, sitting across from him and stealing a piece of toast. He needs somewhere safe to go. I need to find somewhere. Safe from Voldemort. And safe from the Ministry finding out he was ever a host, because if they find out before the unbinding it becomes a legal situation and he loses any autonomy over how it's resolved. Harry looked at the toast. He's not a bad person. He made terrible choices and he's been paying for them for 4 years. I'd like to give him a way out that doesn't also destroy what's left of his life. Sirius was quiet for a moment, chewing. Then, there's a cottage. On the Black Estate in Scotland, technically yours now, I suppose. It's been empty since my Uncle Alfred died. Remote. Warded. The wards answer to black blood. He met Harry's eyes. They'll answer to you. Will they answer to someone I specifically authorize? If you reset them, yes. When can you take me? This afternoon if you want. Harry looked at the clock on the Leaky Cauldron wall. This afternoon, he said. They went. The Scottish cottage turned out to be considerably more than a cottage. It was a long stone building set into a hillside above a loch, with the kind of view that made you understand why people wrote poetry about Scotland, even when they hadn't planned to. The wards were old and solid and layered with black family magic, which Harry could feel the way he felt all his magic now, as a natural extension of his own awareness. He reset them in 20 minutes, which Sirius watched with an expression that had moved through impressed and out the other side into something he clearly didn't have a word for. They responded to you immediately, Sirius said. They know me, Harry said. Same way the Gringotts vault wards do. They've just been waiting for someone with the right signature. He looked at the lock. It's a good place to recover. My Uncle Alfred brought me here once, Sirius said. He was looking at the water too. 1974, I was 14 and I just had a spectacular row with my mother. He picked me up from King's Cross and drove me here in a car, actual Muggle car, which he did to annoy my mother on principle, and we spent a week fishing and not talking about anything important. He paused. He was the best of us. The Blacks, I mean. The family. He saw what people were before he decided what to think of them. Harry looked at him sideways. He left you money in his will. He did. Which is why my mother blasted him off the tapestry. A slight smile. Worth it, he told me, when I visited him in St. Mungo's the year before he died. Worth every row. They stood by the lock for a while, not talking, watching the water do what Scottish water does in August, move in ways that make you feel like time is less urgent than you thought. Then they walked back to the cottage, and Harry sent Quirrell a message through the Gringotts channel, and they went home. Amelia Bones's team reached the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton on Monday. She sent Harry the report herself, which he read at the kitchen table in Grimmauld Place while Remus made breakfast and Sirius read 3 newspapers simultaneously, which was apparently something he did now that newspapers were available. The ring had been retrieved. The curse on it had been, as Harry had warned, layered and sophisticated, and one of Bones's curse breakers had required treatment for minor magical burns before the Gringotts team she'd wisely included had been able to neutralize the containment. The ring itself, a black stone in an old gold setting, the Peveril coat of arms engraved on the band, was now in a Gringotts containment vault. The stone in it, her report noted, had an unusual magical signature, separate from the Horcrux anchoring, older, with properties that the curse breakers hadn't fully catalogued yet. Harry read that twice. He thought about the Peveril lines settling into him during the audit. He thought about the 3 things he'd felt in that moment: a cloak, a stone, a wand, like pressure points in a map. He wrote to Ragnarok, the stone in the gaunt ring. When you neutralize the Horcrux, preserve the stone separately. Don't destroy it. Ragnarok's reply, already done. We had the same thought. He set the report down and looked at Remus, who was making eggs with the focused domestic attention of someone who had not had a kitchen to work in for a very long time and was finding it unexpectedly restorative. The ring secured, Harry said. Good, Remus said without turning around. That's 2. 2 down, Sirius said from behind his newspaper. How many total? 7, Harry said. Riddle didn't tell me the others. But I have the theory and I have the Slytherin library. I'll find them. He looked at the table. Not in August. In August I think everyone involved in the last month probably needs 2 weeks of not finding anything. Sirius lowered the newspaper. Are you proposing a holiday? I'm proposing that we eat breakfast without anyone discussing Horcruxes or Wisengamot procedure or asset transfers for approximately 14 days. Remus set 3 plates on the table. I support this proposal. Seconded, Sirius said, and folded his newspaper. They ate breakfast. The eggs were excellent. The conversation moved to other things: Sirius's attempt to repair the kitchen's temperamental boiler, which had been broken since 1983 and which he'd approached with a combination of magic and muggle mechanics and optimism; Remus's lesson planning, which he spread on the table after breakfast and which turned out to be the most interesting defense curriculum Harry had seen, covering practical defense, theory of magical combat, and a section on identifying and countering compulsion magic that Harry suspected was personal. Harry watched the 2 of them across the table and felt the shape of a thing that he hadn't had language for when August started but was beginning to understand as home: not a building, not a cupboard, not even a castle, just this: people who knew you, at a table, on a Tuesday morning, talking about nothing important. He let himself have it. He let it be exactly what it was. The Madame Gamp's finding on the Hogwarts Charter injunction came the following Wednesday. It was 11 pages long and ruled entirely in Harry's favor, which Marchbanks Fern had predicted with the confidence of someone who had read the arguments and done the math. The Ministry's team of 6 had produced 40 pages and lost. She had produced 8 and won. She sent him the finding with a note, as expected. The Ministry can appeal but they won't. The cost of losing twice is higher than the cost of accepting it once. The charter is settled. The Board of Governors met the following day and formally acknowledged the charter claim. Augusta Longbottom, who had been the board member Harry communicated with most during the month, wrote him a personal note after: the defense appointment was an excellent decision. I have met Lupin. He will be exceptional. And then, below that, in smaller writing, your grandmother would have been remarkable to see. He wasn't sure if it was meant as a compliment or a warning. He decided it was both. 2 weeks after the scar removal, on a morning when the diary had been neutralized by Ragnarok's cursebreakers, retrieved from Malfoy by Narcissa with what she described in her letter as an extremely brief and unambiguous conversation, Harry received a visitor he hadn't expected. Dumbledore arrived at Grimmauld Place at 10 in the morning. He had walked, apparently, had not apparat, had not flood, had simply appeared at the door and knocked. He was in plain robes, no flamboyance, and without a wand. His hands were in his pockets and he looked, standing on the step, like a man who had arrived at a door after a long walk and wasn't entirely sure he deserved to knock. Harry opened the door before he'd knocked twice. They looked at each other for a moment. Harry took it. "Come in," he said. "I'll make tea." Sirius, on the stairs, appeared and stopped and looked at Dumbledore with an expression that was composed and deliberate and covered a great deal. Dumbledore looked back and said, "Sirius, I owe you more than an apology." "You do," Sirius said. "But we can start there if you want." A long pause. "I am sorry," Dumbledore said. "For Azkaban. For the trial you never received. For the years." He didn't elaborate. He didn't dress it up. He just said it, cleanly, the way honest apologies work when you've run out of the energy to perform them. Sirius stood on the stairs and was quiet for a moment. "I know you are," he said finally. "It doesn't fix it. But I know." He came down the rest of the stairs and went toward the kitchen, which was his way of saying the conversation wasn't over but could wait until there was tea. They sat in the kitchen, all of them, Sirius and Remus and Harry and Dumbledore, around the same table where Harry had been eating breakfast for 2 weeks, and it was strange and not strange simultaneously. Dumbledore without his magic was still Dumbledore, still sharp, still present, still possessed of the particular gravity of someone who had thought carefully about things for a very long time. He was just also, now, mortal. Just a very intelligent old man in a chair. He talked. He answered questions, not defensively, not with the old habit of redirecting, just answered. Remus asked about the Horcruxes, and Dumbledore confirmed that he had known, had suspected for years and confirmed his suspicion in the mid-1970s through research that had taken him a decade to complete. He had been building a plan to find and destroy them, methodically, in sequence. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" Remus asked. "I told myself it was strategic," Dumbledore said. "That compartmentalizing the knowledge kept it safe. That too many people knowing created too many vulnerabilities." He wrapped both hands around his cup. "The truth, which I arrived at recently with a great deal of free time to think, is that I didn't want to share it. The knowledge was mine. It made me necessary." He looked at the table. "I had built a great deal of my sense of self around being necessary." Harry looked at him. "The scar fragment is gone," he said. "The ring is gone. The diary is gone. 3 down." Dumbledore looked at him. Something moved through the old face. "The scar," he said. "It was what I thought it was, then." "Yes. I suspected since 1981. I considered raising it with you at various points. I kept deciding it was too dangerous to address." A pause. "I kept deciding too many things were too dangerous to share." "The Gringotts cursebreakers handled it," Harry said. "It wasn't painless but it was manageable." He paused. "You knew what was in my scar and you were going to let me carry it until, what? Until you had a plan?" "Until I had a perfect plan," Dumbledore said. "Which is not the same thing. And which, I have come to understand, is a habit of mine that caused an extraordinary amount of harm while it was waiting for perfect." The kitchen was quiet. "I want to ask you something," Harry said. "And I want an honest answer." "Yes." "What do you want to do now? With the time you have?" He kept his voice level, not unkind. "You're 80 years old and you don't have magic and you have more knowledge about the magical world than almost anyone alive. What do you do with that?" Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes, still sharp. I would like to finish what I started, he said. The research on the remaining Horcruxes. I've identified 3 that I believe I know the location of. I don't have the magical capacity to retrieve them, but I have the documentation. He reached into his robes, the other pocket, and produced a second envelope, this one plain and worn, as if it had been carried for a while. He set it on the table. I was going to come regardless of whether you wanted to see me. This needed to be passed on. Harry opened the envelope. 3 locations, detailed notes, specific warnings about protections and traps. The quality of the research was extraordinary, 60 years of accumulated knowledge in a document that took him 3 minutes to read. He looked up at Dumbledore. The cave, he said, reading from the notes. You've been there. In 1981. Briefly. The defenses were significant. I was not able to retrieve what was inside. A pause. I also made a decision not to attempt it alone, and then did not tell anyone else about it, and it remained unaddressed. He pressed his lips together. This is, I recognize, a pattern. It is, Harry said. He set the document down. I'll use this. All of it. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Do you want to be involved in the retrieval? As a consultant, not active, given the circumstances, but someone who's actually been to the cave has information I don't. Dumbledore's expression, for a moment, was not the calculated presentation Harry had been expecting. It was something more surprised and more human. You're including me. You spent 60 years trying to deal with this problem, Harry said. You made choices I don't agree with, and some of them were wrong and some of them were genuinely terrible. But you also built 60 years of knowledge that I don't have. Throwing that away because you're not what you were seems wasteful. He paused. I'd rather use what's useful and make clear what I won't accept. Sirius, across the table, was looking at his tea with an expression that suggested he was working hard at being neutral. Remus was simply watching Harry with the quiet attention that was his particular mode. Dumbledore sat for a long moment. What won't you accept? Secrecy, Harry said. Not from me. Not from the people around me. You tell me what you know, when you know it. You don't manage the information. You don't decide what I'm ready for. He held the old man's eyes. I'm not asking you to change who you are. I'm asking you to do the same thing differently. A long pause. That is, Dumbledore said, a harder ask than it sounds. I know. Are you willing to try it? Another pause. Something settled in the old face, not defeat and not resolution, something between them, the specific quality of a person deciding to do a difficult thing because it is the right one. Yes, he said. I'm willing to try it. Good. Harry stood, picked up both envelopes, and put them in his document case. Then I'll be in touch. He extended his hand. Dumbledore looked at it for a moment, then shook it, with both of his, which Harry understood was his version of sincerity. The Wizengamot session at the end of August was the one Harry had been building toward since the first Thursday in the chamber. The agenda had 17 items on it and he'd written all of them. The Goblin liaison position was first. It passed 38 to 29, which was closer than Harry had wanted but sufficient. Ragnarok, in the auxiliary chair that was now formally designated in the session record as liaison of the Wizengamot, House Potterblack Peveril, sat with the satisfaction of someone who has been proven right about a bet they've been holding for 50 years. The second item was the formal establishment of a Wizengamot Reform Committee, tasked with reviewing the proxy vote system, the process for emergency prisoner transport orders, and the composition rules for hereditary seats. Harry named 7 members to the committee: Bones, Augusta Longbottom, 3 from Narcissa's list who had been waiting for exactly this, and 2 others he'd spent the month getting to know. He did not name himself. It wasn't his job to build the new system in detail. His job was to make the building possible. The third item was the proposal for the Goblin Rights Charter, the first formal proposal of its kind in 4 centuries. It didn't pass on the first reading, which Harry had expected. It failed 31 to 42, which was closer than it had ever been, and it failed with debate, which meant it had been heard rather than laughed at, which was different and was the beginning of something. Ragnarok, reviewing the vote count afterward, said, 42 to 31. Last time this was proposed, the margin was 119 to 2. Progress, Harry said. Progress, Ragnarok agreed. We will propose it again. In 3 months. And 6 months after that. Every session until it passes. Every session, Ragnarok confirmed. You understand that this will make you unpopular with the 42. I'm 11, Harry said. I have time to become popular again. Ragnarok made the sound that was his equivalent of a laugh. The remaining 14 items covered property restorations, charter-designated budget corrections at Hogwarts, the formal recognition of Sirius Black's innocence in the Wizengamot record, and the establishment of a review board for Azkaban imprisonment, not an abolition, which Harry didn't have the votes for yet, but a requirement that every prisoner's case be documented, reviewed, and have a legal basis on record within 2 years. When the session closed, Sirius was in the gallery. He had a gallery pass as a recovered wrongfully imprisoned lord, which was a designation Marchbanks Fern had invented and which Harry suspected would become standard procedure through sheer usefulness. He came down to the floor afterward and stood beside Harry while the chamber emptied and Marchbanks Fern organized her documents with the vigor of someone who had just had an excellent professional month. Busy session, Sirius said. Last one before September, Harry said. After September I'm a first-year student and the politics has to fit around the school year. Sirius looked at him sideways. How do you feel about that? Honestly? Harry thought about it. Curious. I've been running so fast for a month I haven't had time to think about what school is actually going to be like. He paused. I'm going to be the kid who owns the school. That's going to be interesting. Understatement of the century, Sirius said. Also, you're the heir of Slytherin and Gryffindor and the other 2 simultaneously, and a Parselmouth, and you hold 23 Wizengamot seats. He paused. The sorting is going to be extraordinary. The hat already told the castle it's planning to say I belong in all of them. I want to be in the hall for that. You can't be in the hall. I can be outside the hall. Sirius. I'll be very quiet. Harry looked at him. Sirius was grinning the private grin, the one that showed up at specific moments and always meant the same thing, that this, right now, was something he hadn't believed he'd get to have. You can be outside the hall, Harry said. September 1st. King's Cross was exactly as chaotic as Harry had been told to expect and considerably more so than that, because chaos at a magical platform is different from ordinary chaos in ways that become obvious only when you're in the middle of it. Trolleys moved at mysterious angles, owls expressed opinions, and the crowd moved with the particular density of people who knew exactly where they were going and were absolutely in your way regardless. Harry had a trolley with a trunk, properly packed this time, not a Dursley hand-me-down but a good trunk with compartments and a decent lock, packed with robes that fit him and books he'd read and books he hadn't yet and the document case, which he'd decided was staying with him on the principle that some things you don't put in luggage holds. Sirius was there. Remus was there. He was taking the Hogwarts Express because it seemed appropriate for a professor starting his first term to arrive the same way the students did, which Harry respected. Marchbanks Fern had appeared briefly to hand him a folder of things that needed his signature before October, kissed him on the forehead with the efficiency of someone who was adding this to a standard procedural checklist, and disappeared back into London. Narcissa Malfoy was on the platform with Draco. Draco Malfoy was blonde and precise and held himself with the practiced confidence of someone who had been told he was important for 11 years and believed it. He looked at Harry across the platform with an expression that was calibrated carefully to neutrality, which Harry recognized immediately as the expression of someone who had been coached. He walked over. Draco Malfoy, he said. He didn't extend his hand. He'd learned that with some people the offer of a handshake was more pointed than not offering one. He just looked at him directly. Harry Potter. I know who you are, Draco said. It came out slightly too sharp for the neutral he'd been aiming for. Then, catching himself, yes. My mother has mentioned you. She's been helpful, Harry said. Tell her I said so. He looked at Draco steadily. You're going to hear things about me on the train. Probably. Most of them will be approximately true, which will make them harder to sort than if they were completely wrong. He paused. I thought I'd rather introduce myself before you got the edited version. Draco looked at him. Something about the directness had thrown off the calibration slightly. What version do I get from you? The actual one, Harry said. Ask me anything and I'll answer it. A pause. Draco seemed to be running a rapid internal calculation. Then, with something that was almost genuine curiosity coming through the performance, is it true you talked to Voldemort? Through the scar. Harry looked at him. Yes. What did you talk about? Inheritance law and the nature of the soul, Harry said. Draco stared at him. Then, despite what was clearly his best effort, a laugh escaped, just a brief one, surprised out of him, and it made him look for a moment much more like an actual 11-year-old than anything else he'd done. He stopped. That's actually exactly what I'd expect, now that you say it. I'll see you on the train, Harry said. He walked back to Sirius. Sirius had watched the whole exchange with his arms folded and his expression that of someone who has witnessed something that will be repeated at tables for years. Well, he said. He's all right, Harry said. He's performing a lot, but he's all right underneath it. He's Lucius Malfoy's son. He's also Narcissa's son. Harry looked at the train. He'll figure out which one he wants to be. Sirius put a hand on his shoulder, the same brief easy gesture as before. Ready? Harry looked at the Hogwarts Express, the great red engine, the steam rising, the noise and the crowd and the compartment windows full of excited faces. He thought about a castle waiting on a cliff top. About a basilisk that might get to see sunlight. About sealed rooms opening and a sorting hat with strong opinions and a castle that had been talking to him like a friend. He thought about a month that had started with a letter on a pillow and had ended with 53 lines of magic running through him like rivers, steady and deep and entirely his. Yeah, he said. I'm ready. Sirius hugged him. It was unexpected and complete and lasted several seconds longer than either of them probably intended, and Harry hugged back with both arms and felt it as the thing it was, 10 years of absence trying to be less absolute than it had been. Right, Sirius said, stepping back. Constantly. Every day if something interesting happens. Which it will. All right, Harry said. Remus, beside them, squeezed his shoulder once. I'll see you in the defense classroom, he said. First week. Don't go easy on me, Harry said. I wouldn't dream of it, Remus said, and smiled, and it was his real smile, the one that came out when he stopped being careful about hoping for things. Harry got on the train. He found a compartment, he didn't take the first one offered, moved through 3 carriages until he found one that was half empty and comfortable, and settled in, and watched the platform through the window as the train began to move. Sirius was easy to spot, even with the terrible hat, because he was grinning and waving with the uninhibited enthusiasm of a man who had missed 11 years of this and was not underplaying the recovery of it. Remus was beside him, more contained, one hand raised. Harry raised his hand back until the platform was gone and London was going past the window, rooftops and gardens and the backs of things, and then he turned away from the window and looked at the compartment. He pulled out the document case. There were still things in it that needed work, Dumbledore's notes on the remaining Horcruxes, the Goblin Rights Charter draft that needed another review before the next session, the letter from Hogwarts that he was technically writing a reply to, 3 outstanding property matters. He opened it and started reading. The compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in it, with the evaluative expression of someone who had been thinking about a conversation since the platform and had decided to continue it. Can I? He started. Harry gestured at the seat across from him. Draco sat. He looked at the document case. At the stack of parchment Harry was working through. At the rings, which he'd clearly been told about and was processing in real time. "Do you actually work through these on the train?" he asked. "The session in November has 17 items," Harry said. 6 of them need significant preparation." A pause. "You're 11, Draco said. "Yes," Harry said. "You said that." "I keep needing to say it because I keep forgetting it." He looked at the parchment, then at Harry. I mean, my mother has been, I'd like to understand what's happening. Politically. What you're actually building." He said it with a kind of directness that had dropped most of the performance. "She says you're doing something that's going to last. I'd like to know what it is." Harry looked at him. 11 years old. Blonde and precise and capable and currently sitting in a train compartment asking what he actually wanted to know rather than what he'd been told to find out. He had, Harry thought, the potential to be either very good or very disappointing, and which one he became was probably going to be decided in the next 7 years by the people he spent them with and the choices those people showed him were possible. "Sit," Harry said, though Draco was already sitting. He opened the document case. "Start with the Goblin Rights Charter. Read the draft. Tell me what you think is wrong with it. Your family has had a specific relationship with Goblin financial systems for 3 generations, so you'll notice things I won't." Draco looked at the draft when Harry slid it across. Then at Harry. Then back at the draft. Something on his face went through 3 stages in rapid succession: surprise, recalibration, and what Harry read as the particular pleasure of being taken seriously, and settled on careful attention. He started reading. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station at nightfall, and the first years were called forward in the rain, and Hagrid, enormous, magnificent, lantern-held aloft Hagrid, who Harry had met briefly on his Gringotts morning and who had burst into happy tears upon seeing him, led them down to the boats. The boats moved across the Black Lake, and the castle appeared around the cliff, lit from below and from within, and Harry looked at it the way you look at a place you already know but are seeing for the first time from the outside. The castle looked back. He could feel it, not the ward sense exactly, more like a recognition, a mutual acknowledgement of something returning to where it was supposed to be. The stones and the light and the deep old magic of 4 founders work saying, without words, because very old things don't need words, there you are. The boats landed. They went up through the entrance hall, which Harry remembered from his visit and which was now full of the noise of many children all trying to be composed about the fact that it was magnificent. The ceiling soared. The suits of armor stood their posts. The candles burned in dozens of chandeliers. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them. She looked at Harry as the first years filed in and something passed between them, the look of 2 people who have had a real conversation and are now operating on the basis of that, rather than starting fresh. "Lord Potterblack Peverell," she said, which was technically correct and functionally the most startling thing to say to an 11-year-old in front of their new classmates. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said. "How's the 4th floor bathroom?" Her expression did something very brief and very specific. "Fixed," she said. "Last week. The maintenance team was efficient." She paused. "The castle mentioned you were on the train." "The castle mentioned, it does that," she said. "When it's paying attention to someone." She turned to address the whole group. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, you'll be sorted." The Great Hall was everything the entrance hall promised and then some more. The enchanted ceiling was doing something remarkable with clouds and stars, and the candles floated exactly as improbably as they should, and 4 long tables of students turned to look at the incoming first years with the collective assessment of people who have been waiting all summer for something new to happen. Harry found his position in the line of first years without difficulty. Beside him, Draco Malfoy was looking at the hall with an expression that was trying to be unimpressed and failing completely because the ceiling was genuinely extraordinary. Across the line, a girl with extremely bushy hair was moving her lips slightly in what appeared to be the recitation of facts about the ceiling from a book she had apparently memorized. Harry made a note to speak to her. The sorting hat was placed on a stool and opened its brim and sang. The song was different this year. Longer. Harry caught the verse that was clearly new, about lines converging, about ancient blood finding its rest, about the house walls being thinner than walls, and the hat's brim seemed to tip toward him as it sang it, which was not subtle. Then names were called. He waited. Malfoy. Draco went to Slytherin, which didn't surprise anyone including Draco, who walked to the table with relieved composure. The bushy-haired girl turned out to be Granger, Hermione, and went to Gryffindor and sat down and immediately opened a book, which told Harry everything he needed to know about her. He decided to speak to her tomorrow. Longbottom. Neville went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation and sat down looking like he'd survived something, which perhaps he had. Potter. Harry. He walked to the stool. He sat down. The hat came down over his eyes. The hall went very quiet. Well, said the hat, and its voice was exactly as ancient and amused as Hogwarts had suggested it would be. I've been looking forward to this. Likewise, Harry said. 53 lines. 4 founders. You're the first one in 1,000 years and they all want you. A pause. Gryffindor says courage and initiative and the audacity of the last month. Slytherin says cunning and patience and the willingness to speak to your enemies and listen to what they actually say. Ravenclaw says the research, the documentation, the fact that you read until 2 in the morning. Hufflepuff says serious. And Remus. And Quirrell, actually. All that loyalty and refusal to leave anyone behind. I know, Harry said. What do you think? I think, the hat said, that you are all for. But I also think, a pause, that the chamber below us has been waiting, and the house of the man who built it has been empty of a worthy heir for 1,000 years, and there is something to be said for claiming the thing that's been waiting longest. A beat. Slytherin, the hat announced. The hall erupted. Not in horror, not entirely. There was surprise, certainly, the shocked intake of breath, the rapid murmuring. But from the Slytherin table there was something more complex, something between shock and the dawning of a different story, because the heir of their founder had just been placed among them, and that was not something you could receive without it changing something in how you held yourself. From the Gryffindor table, someone started clapping. Just one person, rapidly joined by more, because the thing about Gryffindors is that they recognize a bold move even when it surprises them. Harry walked to the Slytherin table and sat down. Around him, his new housemates looked at him with varying degrees of wariness and calculation and fascination. He looked back at all of them, clearly and without performance. Then the hat spoke again. Everyone was still processing the Slytherin call and almost missed it. But it was there, carrying through the hall in the hat's particular way, addressing the room as much as the person, although, it added, and there was something in the tone that was very old and very certain, it should be noted that all 4 houses claim him equally. In every matter of import, he belongs to all. McGonagall, at the staff table, was making a note. Remus, sitting 3 seats from her, was looking at Harry with a small, specific smile. Dumbledore's chair at the center of the staff table was empty. The chair that had been empty all summer. Harry looked at the empty chair. Then at the hall, at the 4 tables, the hundreds of faces, the enchanted ceiling showing stars through imaginary clouds. At McGonagall's note. At Remus's smile. At the Slytherin table around him, which was already beginning the slow rearrangement that happens when something changes. He thought about everything that had brought him here. The letter on the pillow. The cold plinth in the round room. The scar going quiet. Sirius's laugh in the chamber. Ragnarok's handshake. Quirrell's I don't know how much time I have to make decisions. Dumbledore's 2 envelopes. Riddle's tell the basilisk I'm sorry. He thought about Hogwarts opening its doors before he touched them. He was 11 years old and had been here 1 month and had undone 50 years of careful theft and freed an innocent man and spoken to a dark lord and removed a piece of soul from his forehead and established the first goblin liaison in Wizengamot history and acquired 3 properties, 53 lordships, 1 school, and 2 people he was beginning to understand were his, in the way that the best things are yours, not because you claimed them but because they chose to stay. He had a basilisk to relocate and a lake that might accommodate her and 4 more horcruxes to find and a goblin rights charter to pass and a ministry that was going to push back on everything and a school full of children to be 11 around, which was going to require a kind of restraint he hadn't needed much of this month. And homework, apparently. There was apparently homework. He picked up his fork as the feast appeared and the hall filled with the noise of 300 people having dinner, and he thought, good. There is so much left to do. He ate. The food was extraordinary. The ceiling did something remarkable with late summer stars. Down in the dungeons below the lake, the castle's ancient wards hummed with warmth they hadn't had in a very long time, settled and certain and finally whole. Outside, somewhere on a hill above Hogsmeade, a large black dog sat in the heather and looked at the lit windows of the castle and wagged once, and then lay down to wait, which was fine now, because waiting meant there was something worth waiting for.